Now on Good Day Chicago at 6 a.m., the airport's working to get back on track after multiple days of cancellations and delays.
And the city is now easing capacity limits at Chris Kendall Market on Daly Plaza after a number of complaints.
It's another free hot dog day at the Wiener Circle. It's thanks to Bears head coach Ben Johnson.
And taking a live look outside this morning, the snow has moved out, but now we are dealing with some freezing fog.
Good morning. Thanks for joining us this Tuesday. I'm Natalie Bumke.
I'm Anthony Ponce. Good morning, everybody. Let's say good morning as well to Mike Kaplan to explain what this freezing fog is all about. I don't like the sound of that.
No, it's not good. I was trying to find that one particular shot that we just had there that showed how quickly the clouds were scooting by. I can't find it on my cameras, but it is there. We have low clouds, a little bit of fog out there, and because temperatures are below freezing, you get freezing fog. That can cause a glaze on roadways. It ends up being black ice in some spots, and that's one of our concerns. Let's look at the visibility numbers in miles or fractions thereof, and then the shaded areas where the worst of it is located, and it's west of the city. That's where the fog is at its worst. At the major airports, you're looking at 3 miles of visibility at Midway and 5 at O'Hare. Today, temperatures are going to be stuck in the mid-20s for a high. There'll be some peaks of sunshine, but today is a cold day. The snow is gone, but we have a couple more chances for some snow and one really cold day to talk about. I'll let you know when that is, but right now, Gabriella Primus is going to let us know if we have any issues on the major expressways.
Mike, of course, we have some more crashes popping up, and you were talking about that freezing fog that we're seeing. You know, obviously, we're seeing a lot of shine on our roadways. This one's heavily traveled, the Dan Ryan Expressway near 35th. We're not seeing any issues on the Dan Ryan, but please be careful on some of those less traveled roadways where we see less traffic volume and maybe untreated right now early this morning. Just take a little extra time if you know you're going to hit some of those roads. But before you get to the Dan Ryan, on I-57 at Halstead, actually going southbound, there's a crash reported. It's over on the right shoulder, so keep that in mind. Let's take a look at our overview map where I have a filter on that shows where we have snow-covered roads pretty much, well, everywhere around Chicagoland and Northwest Indiana. So again, just a note to be careful. 2 crashes that are still in our system. One is northbound I-55 near Route 53. It's still blocking 2 right lanes. Traffic starts before Weber Road to that spot, and then also eastbound I-80-94 on the Illinois side. This is Terrence Avenue. It was a 3-vehicle crash. One of the vehicles involved a semi-truck, still getting picked up, should be over on the right shoulder. I'll send it back to you, Anthony.
Okay, thank you very much, Gabby. I guess the big question now, will local airports get back on track after dealing with all these weather issues? We're checking in with Roseanne Tejas, who is live at O'Hare with the very latest. Roseanne, what are you seeing?
Good morning. I'm seeing a lot of people who are cautiously optimistic that they're going to get on their flight today, but 44 flights are canceled here at O'Hare, and 1 flight is canceled at Midway. But the hope is, with the bad weather gone, that things can begin to get back on track here. As I mentioned, we see a lot of people. It is a very busy airport, but people are feeling confident. Saturday's record snowfall threw a big wrench in operations at an airport aviation experts say is already being pushed to the max in terms of gates, and it caused some travel nightmares. More than 250 flights were canceled at O'Hare Monday. More than 1,100 delays were tallied just by 7 p.m. Gate availability and wait times for de-icing of the wings, the primary obstacles to getting people on their way. With the weather cooperating today, it's time for some catching up. But for some, well, the damage is already done.
My flight got canceled because of all the snow. Right. And I couldn't go home for 3 days. My mom actually, she got here and was stuck on the plane for 3 hours and it wouldn't take off and was stuck. And then when she got on the train, after she got off the plane, it was stuck too and she couldn't go nowhere.
It was like pick your torture for so many people here all through the weekend at O'Hare. But again, the better weather, that was the key, and they're hoping that that will make a big difference today. Remember, though, just in case, you always want to pack an extra bag, an extra set of clothing, some toiletries, your medication. You never know when you're going to need that bag. A lot of people spent an awful lot of time at O'Hare Airport this weekend and found that out the hard way. Back to you now in the studio.
Thank Thank you, Roseanne. You know what we used to pack when we went on vacation as kids were those inflatable pool rafts?
Oh, nice.
Because if you had to spend any amount of time in the airport, you could just blow it up and...
That's
anyway.
a great hack.
All right, a former mental health counselor at Hartgrove Behavioral Health System is facing felony charges, accused of abusing children.
We're checking in with Brian now, who's in studio with the latest on this.
Well, 68-year-old Edmund Rivers is facing 3 counts of criminal sexual assault and 2 counts of predatory criminal sexual assault. He is accused in crimes involving 5 minors between the ages of 7 and 14 years old. This all happened allegedly between the years 1996 and 2004. In the indictment, prosecutors accused Rivers of abusing minors in the cafeteria, bathroom, a gym equipment room, and a seclusion room at Hartgrove Hospital, formerly in Garfield Park. The attorney representing the victim said that this abuse involved multiple bad actors.
This mental health counselor was allowed to abuse so many kids for so many years because he had a group of staff that covered up for him, that were complicit in the abuse, that were accomplices in the abuse. Every single person that knew something, that didn't report it, that didn't stop it, should also be facing criminal charges.
A judge ordered for Rivers to be detained until his next court date. Fox 32 has reached out to Hartgrove Health for comment. We're still waiting to hear back. Natalie?
Brian, we have some positive news regarding the health of a National Guard member who is fighting for his life after the shooting in Washington, D.C. 24-year-old Air Force Staff Sergeant Andrew Wolf is still in serious condition, but he has shown positive signs, giving a thumbs up that he could hear a nurse's question, and he even wiggled his toes. 20-year-old Army Specialist Sarah Beckstrom died from her injuries.
Homeland Security Secretary Kristi Noem is calling for a travel ban after that attack on National Guard troops in Washington, D.C. Noem says she recommended a travel ban on several countries to President Trump yesterday. Authorities say the suspect in the shooting is an immigrant from Afghanistan who came to the U.S. in 2021 through Operation Allies Welcome. Noem did not specify which countries are included in her proposed travel ban.
There's an update on the Batavia chiropractor accused of secretly recording patients, including children. Authorities say tips are pouring in. David Hansen was arrested earlier this month and charged with multiple counts, including child pornography and recording minors. The Kane County State's Attorney's Office has now received more than 1,500 calls and emails to a dedicated tip line from potential victims. Investigators in the Child Exploitation Unit have begun to identify possible victims and will be reaching out to them.
We're still processing a lot of data, a lot of photos, a lot of videos, and so we will get to every single call as soon as we possibly can. We're not surprised about the amount that we're having. It's just more deflating to know how much of a negative effect he had on our community.
The state's attorney's office is linking names they receive from the tip line to videos they have. They do believe there will be more victims. They also believe Hansen acted alone. And there is new leadership in the Cook County Circuit Court. Chief Judge Charles Beach II is officially in charge right now. He replaces longtime former Chief Judge Tim Evans. Beach is taking over at a critical time. The court system is facing fallout from a number of high-profile recent crimes committed by offenders who judges had released on electronic monitoring. A recent case involves the repeat offender accused of setting a woman on fire on a CTA train. Right now, the pretrial release program is being transferred from the Cook County Sheriff's Office to the judge's office.
The city is hoping to work with the leaders of Chris Kindle Market on Daly Plaza to welcome more people. Officials with the market say its popularity is pushing capacity limits. People have been complaining about the long lines and the wait times to get in. Officials, though, cite city code for the capacity limit, but recently agreed to increase it up from 1,500 at a time to 2,500. Organizers, though, say that's not enough.
That's already way below COVID era levels when we had social distancing. So you talk to our vendors, you know, their first week they were down 30 to 70% sales. So give them a little bump. That still means it's a losing year for all these vendors.
Officials will be offering additional training to firefighters and officers to keep everyone safe. The city also says it'll work with organizers for alternative locations next year that can host more people.
Bears head coach Ben Johnson went shirtless after Friday's win against the Eagles. And that means more free hot dogs. Everybody wins. The Wiener Circle issued the challenge. The hot dogs will be handed out starting at 11 o'clock this morning, and they will go until they run out. Now, the first free hot dog giveaway, you might remember, happened back in October after Caleb Williams threw 4 touchdown passes against the Cowboys.
And Ben Johnson was on a Zoom call with the media at Hallis Hall. He was asked about that shirtless moment and what kind of reaction he got.
What have some reactions that you've heard from people to you doing the whole shirtless thing?
To be honest with you, I haven't heard anything from outside of the building. My wife was just laughing. That's about it. Yeah, I guess my 2-year-old was watching the TV screen back at home, and she's like, no shirt, no shirt. She just pointed at the screen, no shirt, no shirt. And my wife had no idea what was going on, so that's really about how that went. You know, I think anytime you get a chance to feed a city, you want to do it. So, man of the people.
What a guy. I love that guy.
Did he say anything you can do to feed a city?
Feed to the city.
Okay.
Yeah. Or at least a couple hundred people.
That's great.
That'll do it.
That's great. And yeah, the lines will start forming. It's going to be cold out there for folks who are going to be lining up outside Wiener
but
Circle.
be glad they're doing it today and not Thursday because it'll be even colder on Thursday. But we brought this up earlier. What could the Wiener Circle do for the next hot dog giveaway? Ooh. Brian and Gabriella came up with maybe sweep the Packers. As
another
incentive. Thing. That would be a good way. Just a suggestion there, Wiener Circle.
We would like that.
Yeah. All right, we have a cold morning out there right now, but the coldest weather of the week is set for Thursday, and that day means business. Winter holds firm here. No warm-up or actual thaw is in sight, and I'm looking beyond my 7-day forecast at that. We have some dinky snow tomorrow, followed by that Arctic blast on Thursday. Additional light snow chances. I'm emphasizing light snow chances over the weekend. No repeat performance of Saturday. Make sure the kiddos have got hats, gloves, multiple layers. They're heading out this morning. Temperatures will only be, for the most part, in the teens, getting up to about 25 with some peaks of sunshine. This is way colder than normal for early December. These are the current temperatures. Mercifully, we're out of the single digits at Aurora's Airport, 10 there, 9 in Grundy County, but it's 19 at O'Hare, 20 at Midway, 19 at Valparaiso. Only going to see a few degree bump from where we are now. Thankfully, it's not very windy. We have wind chills for the most part in the teens. A few spots colder, though, including Aurora's Airport, where it feels like a goose egg. I'm looking at sub-zero and way sub-zero wind chills on the way Thursday. More on that in a little bit.
All right. Thank you, Mike. The White House weighs in on accusations that recent airstrikes on alleged drug boats may have led to potential war crimes by military officials. We'll be right back. The local airports are working to get back on track this morning.
Yesterday's snow is having some lingering effects, though. O'Hare already with more than 40 canceled flights. Only one cancellation, though, over at Midway.
City is raising capacity limits at the Daily Plaza Chris Kindle Market. Vendors and those attending the market had complained about the limits put in place. There were long lines. City officials say it was a safety issue. The new capacity limit has been raised by 1,000 people, but it's still less than the COVID-19 capacity rules.
Bears head coach Ben Johnson shirtless after Friday's win against the Eagles, and that means later today, more free hot dogs at the Wiener Circle. Yeah, they issued that challenge. Ben Johnson delivered. The hot dogs will be handed out starting at 11 a.m. and will go until they run out, so while supplies last.
The White House is confirming a second airstrike was ordered on an alleged drug boat in the Caribbean Sea in September. They say, though, it was ordered by an admiral. There is growing scrutiny from lawmakers on both sides of the aisle who are pushing for a congressional review into those strikes. A recent report claims the U.S. authorized attacks on survivors who could not defend themselves. Military officers say they were following a directive from Secretary of Defense Pete Hegseth to, quote, kill everybody.
Luigi Mangione was back in a New York courtroom as his attorneys aimed to toss out key evidence from his state murder case. The 27-year-old is accused of killing United Healthcare CEO Brian Thompson last December in Manhattan. Mangione's lawyers say police illegally searched his bag without a warrant, hoping to bar journal entries as well, a 3D printed gun and other evidence. All of those, the defense is seeking to keep those from making it into the evidence before his trial begins. Experts, though, believe that their arguments will not hold up.
In a Chicago courtroom, one of the sons of notorious Mexican drug kingpin El Chapo pleaded guilty to U.S. drug trafficking charges. Joaquin Guzman Lopez and his brother Ovidio are accused of running a faction of the Sinaloa cartel. In a deal, Joaquin pleaded guilty to 2 counts of drug trafficking and continuing a criminal enterprise. His brother pleaded guilty in his own deal earlier this year.
6:16, and it is time to check in with Mike once again. And that angle behind you, directly behind you, is that the freezing fog? It's
this
just kind of, yeah, is it just kind of lingering right there?
That's no. Freezing fog is where you have fog that's actually freezing onto objects at the ground,
okay.
Trees, bushes, and pavement. So that it's fog. Any fog is a cloud that's close to the ground, and you're seeing some of that right there. But when it freezes on contact with other objects, that's where it causes problems. And we're seeing that in a few locations where the roads could get slippery. The accumulating snow, and it was never that big of a deal, has moved out of the area. You see the snow now moving up in the upper Ohio Valley into the northeast. We are drying out here, but temperatures are going to stay cold for the foreseeable future, and the worst of it is going to be on Thursday when high temperatures are going to be in the teens. Today's no bargain either. Maxing out at 25, will be mostly cloudy with a few peaks of sun here and there. So a high of 25, that's not much of a bump from where we are now. 20 at Midway, 22 Chicago Heights, 15 at Woodstock, 23 at Merrillville. So only a couple degree warm up for the most of us. Let's look at the forecast then again today. Winds will be light. That's one good thing. But the 7-day forecast features, 16 for a high on Thursday. That's it. And I'm putting single digits above 0 for lows Thursday morning and Friday morning. Suburbs are going to be way below 0. Tomorrow, the only day we even touch freezing. I think the chances of a sticking snow have gone way down for tomorrow. Maybe a little bit of light snow Friday night into Saturday morning, and again Saturday night into Sunday morning. No repeat of Saturday's snow here, but just cold and some light snow in the foreseeable future. Let's see what impact this freezing fog might be having on your commute times this morning. Gabriella, just looking there, you mentioned the glisten on the roadways.
You know what? Yes, we're seeing some spots, some cameras really showing that shine on the roadways. So please be careful this morning, especially for those untreated roads, the ones that have less traffic volume, maybe in their neighborhood, some of those side streets. Right now, we're taking a look at our Rosemont camera. I wanted to check in on this because yesterday it was packed on these ramps coming from the Jane Addams and the Tri-State over to O'Hare, and that long 190 ramp that takes you to the O'Hare terminals. Still, a little bit of stop-and-go traffic, but maybe add 5 minutes to your trip if you are going over to the big airport. For your inbound drive, let's take a look and see how this, foggy, different weather is happening on our inbound trip. 30 minutes on the Kennedy from O'Hare to downtown. Just a little bit of stop-and-go traffic before the junction. 40 minutes on the Eisenhower from Route 390 to the old post office. 40 minutes, let's say, on the Stevenson from 355 to DuSable Lakeshore Drive. 30 minutes on the Dan Ryan from 95th to the Burn Interchange. Now, I told you about that southbound I-57 crash near Halstead, but it's causing a gapers delay on the northbound side. That's why you see that long stretch of traffic also mixing into your normal morning delay. Add an extra 10 minutes on both I-57 and the Bishop Ford if you're heading towards 95th. I'll send it back to you.
Thank you, Gabby. 6:20, a single congressional race in Tennessee today has become a critical test for both parties, and the money has been pouring in.
As Doug Luzader reports from Washington this morning, Democrats are hoping to extend their winning streak.
The crowd loved him so much he couldn't get out of there.
Yes, sir.
You're supposed to be right here.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
When the Speaker of the House shows up to campaign and offers stage directions, you pay attention.
We are going to win decisively, and it's going to be a great day.
As a Republican in Tennessee, Matt Van Epps should be in for an easy win today, but the 7th District is surprisingly competitive, with Democrat Afton Bain carrying the hopes of her party.
The personal attacks are escalating because they don't have a plan.
And this is a fight, and even President Trump, who carried this district by some 20 points last year, phoned into a rally to help close the deal.
Let's make it a sweeping victory. The whole world is watching Tennessee right now.
I don't think that it's smart for us to just give up on people just because they live in deeply red areas.
A progressive Democratic Congresswoman Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez, with whom Bain has often been compared, also helped rally her troops. But both candidates are facing major challenges. Bain was recorded disparaging the city of Nashville and is a far-left progressive running in a red state. Van Epps is tied to a president who is facing sagging approval numbers in a state concerned about the economy. And there's always a question of turnout for special elections.
People take for granted when you're in a deep red district like this, in a deep red state like Tennessee, that the Republican will just win automatically. Nothing is automatic.
All right. The money's pouring in here. We're looping in Doug Luzader to the conversation here. In terms of dollar amounts, what does the influx in cash here tell us about how both parties are approaching these elections?
Well, there aren't many elections going on this year. The ones that do happen get a lot of attention. This is important in its own right. It's a seat in Congress, and a lot comes down to these midterm elections next year in terms of determining which party is going to control the House. So there's a lot at stake here, and this is an expectations game. So if Democrats do, even if Democrats make this a close call and still end up losing the seat, they're going to see that as a victory, the fact that they were able to get a progressive candidate that close to knocking off a Republican in a district that President Trump carried by more than 20 points last year. So, it may be that Republicans hold on to this seat. In fact, you look at the numbers in that district, that would seem likely at first blush, but the polls have indicated that this is going to be pretty close.
And it's so interesting because it's almost a temperature check, is it not, on how President Trump is doing and his support, Doug?
Well, we certainly try to read into that. And, midterm elections, the ones that happen next year, are often seen as a referendum on the current administration, which is frankly why the party in power generally loses seats in midterm elections. So, yeah, I mean, we don't have too many canaries in this mine, but this may be one of them. On the other hand, you can also draw too much from these things. These are special elections. Not that many people generally vote in these. You're dealing with highly motivated voters that don't always tell you how the electorate at large feels. So, it's anyone's guess as to what it really means, but because there are just few elections this year, this one's going to get a lot of attention.
We'll see what happens later today. Doug Luzader, thank you, sir.
Thanks, Doug.
Thank you.
All right, there's new international guidelines on the use of those GLP-1 weight loss drugs, how experts say they can be used to treat obesity long term.
The World Health Organization issuing its first ever guidelines on the use of GLP-1 drugs to treat obesity. The UN Health Agency is recommending GLP-1 treatments conditionally as part of treatment for obesity. But the agency says the medication should not be the only approach, as it also warns about a lack of availability of those drugs.
Our greatest concern is equitable access. Without concerted action, these medicines could contribute to widening the gap between the rich and poor, both between and within countries.
The agency also suggests, and this is kind of a no-brainer, increasing the amount of exercise and eating a healthier diet.
Indiana Republican state lawmakers are releasing a new congressional map proposal. There it is right there. It's designed to net the party 2 seats in next year's midterms. Republicans currently control 7 of Indiana's 9 congressional districts. This map will be considered this week by State House Republicans, but it remains unclear if the proposal will pass the state Senate.
Costco suing the Trump administration, arguing it was wrongly ordered to pay tariffs on imported goods. The lawsuit was filed before the U.S. Supreme Court rules whether or not imposing those tariffs was legal. The retail giant is looking for a full refund on those tariffs it has already paid.
All right, check out this video of a field goal attempt. Ooh. Last night's game between the Giants and Pats. Giants kicker Younghoe Koo lined up for the field goal. Here it is in slow-mo. Okay? Yeah.
Whoa.
Kick the grass, not the ball.
Was I kicking that, or was it professional?
Right? Second quarter, game was still tied at that point. So in the end, though, a made kick wouldn't have even made a difference. Pats wound up blowing out the Giants 33-15. Yikes. Yikes, Mike Kaplan.
This is reminiscent of our own Jake Hamilton's attempt at a field goal. Keep bringing that up. Jake's was better than that.
It was.
How about that? Let's put a positive spin on
there you go, Mike.
Field goal attempt. All right, here's what we've got out there. The snow is over, but it's created some slippery spots. We still have some patchy, freezing fog with which to contend. And oh boy, if you think it's cold now, wait till you see Thursday. I've got the 7th coming up.
Update your home.
Happy Tuesday morning, everybody. We appreciate you joining us here on Good Day during our 6 o'clock hour.
Here's some of the top stories we're following for you this morning. The airport's working to get back on track after multiple days, I should say, of cancellations and delays.
The city is now easing up on its capacity restrictions at Chris Kindle Market on Daly Plaza after several complaints.
It's another free hot dog day at the Wieners Circle, and it's thanks to Bears head coach Ben Johnson.
All right, how is the weather going to be out there for those folks waiting for a free dog? The bean out there looks like there's a little snow hat.
The bean has a sheen.
The bean has a sheen. There you go.
Oh, I like that. That could be like a children's book or something.
Yes.
As a bean with the sheen. Yeah. We have quite a bit of cloud cover out there, but there are a couple of gaps in the clouds. Take a look at this shot from the roof of our building, and you can definitely tell that there's been a little clearing taking place. I'm calling today mostly cloudy, and I think that's going to get it done, but most of us will see at least some sunshine and no warmth whatsoever. Take a look at the current temperatures. And a little while ago, it was low single digits at Aurora's airport. You're up to 11. It was only 8 at Morris, 14 Woodstock, 19 at O'Hare and Midway, 22 Chicago Heights, 23 at Merrillville, 27 at Michigan City, where you were among the last to get out of the snow today. Highs from where we are now, not much of a bump. I think we'll only get into the mid-20s today. Mostly cloudy skies, a few peaks of sun. At least it won't be windy. I'll address the next little minor threats of snow here in a little bit, but right now we're talking choo-choo with Gabriella. What's going on?
You know, Mike, and this morning I reminded how much trains don't really like cold weather. So let's go through some of it. Brown Line loop-bound trains, they're standing with significant delays at Kedzie. It's due to mechanical problems, and that's really what is causing problems also on Metro as well. Let's talk about Milwaukee District North. There's inbound train 2108 arriving here at Chicago at 724 is stopped near Long Lake because of the same issue, and one more because of mechanical problems. Union Pacific West, which I've been talking about kind of majority of the morning. Train number 18 now is stopped near Elburn due to mechanical problems. I am learning, though, that they are going to take some extra stops on some of the other trains that are coming into the city, so keep that in mind as well. I'll send it back to you.
Thank you, Gabby. The local airport's looking to get back on track after dealing with weather issues.
Roseanne Tejas has been tracking the very latest from O'Hare.
Well, good morning. The people we've talked to so far this morning are pretty optimistic that they're getting their flights on time. And I think the general hope is with the snow over, things will get back on track here at the airport. But as of right now, 44 flights are canceled here at O'Hare, and 1 flight is canceled at Midway. Now, Saturday's record snowfall really put a wrench in an already very busy period at the airport, and it has caused some travel nightmares. More than 250 flights were canceled at O'Hare Monday, and more than 1,100 flights were delayed by 7 p.m. There was a ground delay through 11 p.m., in fact, that was holding up flights by more than an hour. At gate availability and wait times for de-icing the wings, some of the biggest obstacles to getting people off the plane or in the sky. But with the weather cooperating today, it's time for some catching up. We talked to some French exchange students trying to get back to school in North Carolina.
We were eating lunch and we received a text on my phone saying that the flight was delayed. So we had a rebook for tomorrow, like the morning after.
Like very frustrating because we waited long before having them on the phone. So it was a long thing to go through.
We were supposed to have final exams this morning at UNCW, so
at least you have an excuse.
Yeah, a really good one, I hope so.
That's right. They missed that exam, but they said they had a great time, which sort of makes us all proud. They loved Chicago while they were here. O'Hare, not so much, but they are on the road again. Best advice to anybody heading out here, again, limited number of cancellations, but 44. So be sure and check your flight status before you head out to O'Hare this morning. It is already busy. Back to you in the studio.
Thank you, Roseanne. A former mental health counselor at Hartgrove Behavioral Health System is facing felony charges, accused of abusing children.
Brian is in the studio with the latest. Brian?
68-year-old Edmund Rivers is facing 3 counts of criminal sexual assault and 2 counts of predatory criminal sexual assault. He is accused in crimes involving 5 minors between the ages of 7 and 14 years old. This allegedly happened between the years 1996 and 2004. In this indictment, prosecutors accused Rivers of abusing minors in the cafeteria bathroom, a gym equipment room, and a seclusion room at the Hartgrove Hospital, formerly in Garfield Park. The attorney representing the victim says that this abuse involved multiple bad actors.
This mental health counselor was allowed to abuse so many kids for so many years because he had a group of staff that covered up for him, that were complicit in the abuse, that were accomplices in the abuse. Every single person that knew something, that didn't report it, that didn't stop it, should also be facing criminal charges.
A judge has ordered for Rivers to be detained until his next court date. Fox 32 Chicago has reached out to Hartgrove Health for comment. We're still waiting to hear back.
Brian, there's some positive news regarding the health of a National Guard member who is fighting for his life after the shooting in Washington, D.C. 24-year-old Air Force Staff Sergeant Andrew Wolf is still in critical condition, but he is showing some positive signs. He gave a thumbs up, that he could hear a nurse's question, and he wiggled his toes. 20-year-old Army Specialist Sarah Beckstrom died from her injuries.
Homeland Security Secretary Kristi Noem is calling for a travel ban following the attack on National Guard troops in Washington, D.C. Noem says she recommended a travel ban on several countries to President Trump yesterday. Authorities say the suspect in the shooting is an immigrant from Afghanistan, came to the U.S. in 2021 through Operation Allies Welcome. Now, Noem did not specify which countries are included in that proposed ban.
There's an update on the Batavia chiropractor accused of secretly recording patients, including children. Authorities say tips are pouring in. David Hansen was arrested earlier this month and charged with multiple counts, including child pornography and recording minors. The Kane County State's Attorney's Office has now received more than 1,500 calls and emails to a dedicated tip line from potential victims. Investigators in the Child Exploitation Unit have begun to identify those possible victims and will be reaching out to them.
We're still processing a lot of data, a lot of photos, a lot of videos, and so we will get to every single call as soon as we possibly can. But we're not surprised about the amount that we're having. It's just more deflating to know how much of a negative effect he had on our community.
The state's attorney's office is linking names that they received from the tip line to the videos that they have. And they do believe there will be more victims. They also believe Hansen acted alone. There's new leadership in the Cook County Circuit Court. Chief Judge Charles Beach II is officially in charge now. He replaces longtime former Chief Judge Tim Evans. Beach is taking over at a critical time. The court system is facing fallout from a number of high-profile recent crimes committed by offenders who judges had released on electronic monitoring. A recent case involves a repeat offender accused of setting a woman on fire on a CTA train. Right now, the pretrial release program is being transferred from the sheriff's office to the judge's office.
The city is hoping to work with leaders of the Chris Kindle Market on Daly Plaza to welcome more people. Officials with the market say its popularity is pushing capacity limits, and folks have been complaining about the long lines and the wait times to get into the market. Officials cite city code for this year's capacity limits, but they recently agreed to increase it from 1,500 in at a time up to 2,500. Some organizers, though, say that is not enough.
That's already way below COVID era levels when we had social distancing. So you talk to our vendors, you know, their first week they were down 30 to 70% sales. So give them a little bump. That still means it's a losing year for all these vendors.
Officials will be offering additional training to firefighters and officers to keep everyone safe at that location. City also saying it's going to be working with organizers about next year, possibly zeroing in on alternative locations that can safely host more people. All right, with the big holiday shopping days, Cyber Monday, Black Friday behind us now. Today, we switch gears. It is Giving Tuesday today, everybody, and the annual Day of Observation first started back in 2012. It encourages folks to donate or volunteer to causes that they believe in. If you do plan on donating, authorities say be mindful of fake charities and other crowdfunding scams. Donors should research the organization, confirm the charity's name, and check independent ratings before you make any donations.
Bears head coach Ben Johnson went shirtless after Friday's win against the Eagles. So that means more free hot dogs. The Wiener Circle issued the challenge. The hot dogs will be handed out starting at 11 o'clock this morning. They're going to go until they run out. The first free hot dog giveaway happened back in October after Caleb Williams threw 4 touchdown passes against the Cowboys.
And Coach Johnson was on Zoom with the media at Hallis Hall, asked about that moment right there and what kind of reaction he's been getting since.
What have some reactions that you've heard from people to you doing the whole shirtless thing?
To be honest with you, I haven't heard anything from outside of the building. My wife was just laughing. That's about it. Yeah, I guess my 2-year-old was watching the TV screen back at home, and she's like, no shirt, no shirt. She just pointed to the screen, no shirt, no shirt. And my wife had no idea what was going on, so that's really about how that went. You know, I think anytime you get a chance to feed a city, you want to do it. So, man of the people.
I was wondering, like, did he have that Wiener Circle challenge in mind, or did he just, in the excitement, tear off his shirt?
That's the question to ask. Yeah, did he do it to deliberately, you know?
Maybe he subconsciously read it and then it just came out in the moment.
Yes.
So.
Well, we're all glad it did, Mike.
and his wife should not be ashamed,
No,
right?
no,
Hey,
no.
Definitely not. Definitely not.
Yeah, he's in top physical.
Exactly. Way to go, Ben. He says he doesn't work out as much now, but Ben, you got it going on there, man. But one man to another.
Yeah,
all
there
right,
you go.
We have cold weather on the way, and you think it's cold now. Wait till you see Thursday. Whoo, boy. All right, we've done away with accumulating snow, and I don't really see much of a chance of accumulating snow here tomorrow. Take a look at our Weather Authority Futurecast. A little bit of lingering lake effect for you in Michiana this morning. That's it. That's not going to be a big deal. There will be some gaps in the clouds like we're seeing now, but on the whole, I still think today ends up being mostly cloudy. Tonight should be mostly cloudy as well with no precipitation. Then tomorrow, on ahead of that cold front, maybe a little brief period of some very light snow that does not accumulate. This is going to be flurries or a brief snow shower at most. And then it's out of here. And also out of here are the 20s, so that on Thursday, with sunshine, temperatures are only going to be in the teens, and morning lows in most areas are going to get at or below 0. In the city, it won't be quite as cold, single digits. 32, that's as hot as it gets this entire week. A brief snow shower tomorrow, that's it. 16, brutal Thursday. Chance for some snow showers Friday night, and then again hit and miss light stuff over the weekend. Nothing like what we saw Saturday, mainly just a light snow shower, a few flurries here. But look at these cold temperatures lingering through at least the beginning of next week and likely beyond. Natalie?
Thank you, Mike. Plenty more to come here on Good Day Chicago. Why Costco is now filing a lawsuit against the Trump administration. Samsung is giving us a look at the first ever tri-fold smartphone. And rapper Megan Thee Stallion picks up a winning court.
It is the season of giving, everybody. Fox 32 Chicago, PNC Bank, and the Chicago Bears. We are all teaming up with the Greater Chicago Food Depository to help feed local families in need. And now is the perfect time to donate because today is Giving Tuesday. Every dollar you give will triple. It'll be matched, and it'll provide 9 meals. You can help out by going online to chicagosfoodbank.org.
Fox 32.
All right, 647. That's a frosty looking view right there. As the sun comes up, 647 on your Tuesday morning. We're going to check in with Mike in just a moment.
The White House is confirming a second airstrike was ordered on an alleged drug boat in the Caribbean Sea in September, saying it was ordered by an admiral. Now, there's growing scrutiny from lawmakers on both sides of the aisle who are pushing for a congressional review into those strikes. A recent report claims the U.S. authorized attacks on survivors who could not defend themselves. Military officers say they were following a directive from Secretary of Defense Pete Hegseth to, quote, kill everybody.
Luigi Mangione was back in a New York courtroom as his attorneys aim to toss out key evidence from his state murder case. The 27-year-old is accused of killing United Healthcare CEO Brian Thompson last December in downtown Manhattan. Mangione's lawyers say police illegally searched his bag without a warrant. They are hoping to bar journal entries, a 3D printed gun, and other evidence before his trial starts. Experts believe that the defense's arguments on those things will not hold up. U.S. Marshals are joining the hunt and offering a $5,000 reward to find a missing Virginia high school coach turned fugitive. His name is Travis Turner. He is 46 years old. He is wanted on several charges, including possession of child pornography. He has been missing since November 20th, in the middle of his football team's undefeated season. All right, still no arrests after a deadly shooting that happened at a child's birthday party in Northern California. That gunfire erupted Saturday evening at a banquet hall in Stockton, California. It was packed with more than 100 people, and the victims were 8, 9, 14, and 21 years old, with 11 other people injured, including one of them who is injured critically.
Wasn't this some terrorist type attack where they walked in and just wanted to kill people? We're not going to say whether it's gang related or not until we have all the facts in front of us.
Authorities believe it was a targeted attack. A $25,000 reward is now being offered for information that leads to an arrest. Okay, the White House is releasing some more details about President Trump's recent MRI.
And Fox 32 is proud to support iHeartMedia and Lurie Children's Radiothon for another year. It's your opportunity to make a donation to Lurie Children's Hospital. Your support helps fund research, support families, and provide much-needed care to children in our community. You don't need to wait to donate. Just text Lurie to 34984 or click the QR code right there on your screen. And then join us live next Thursday, the 11th, as we check in with the Radiothon as their phones start ringing.
This Friday.
The local airports are working to get back on track this morning.
Yesterday's snow having lingering effects this morning, with O'Hare already showing more than 40 canceled flights. Fortunately, at Midway, there's only one cancellation, but check that status before you make your plans.
The city is raising capacity limits at the Daily Plaza Chris Kindle Market. Vendors and those attending the market had complained about the limits put in place because they were causing some really long lines. City officials say this is a safety issue, but the new capacity limit has been raised by 1,000 people, but it is still less than the COVID-19 capacity rules.
All right, Bears head coach Ben Johnson with that shirtless display after Friday's win against the Eagles. That means more free hot dogs from the Wieners Circle. A little bit later today, they're going to be handing out free hot dogs starting at 11 a.m. First come, first serve until supplies run out.
And don't worry, guys, I'll be doing some quality control over there.
Oh,
and
yes.
Gabby,
You're headed out there.
Everything's good to go for all of Chicago. Hey, let's talk about some traffic if you're heading into the city maybe later on. Well, right now, it's 35 minutes on the Dan Ryan from 95th to the Burton Interchange. No incident to report there. But remember, as I've been saying all morning, be careful on maybe some of those untreated roads in your neighborhood, some of the less traveled ones, just because of that freezing fog Mike was talking about. It could cause some delays for your morning commute. 55 minutes on the Stevenson from 355 to DuSable Lakeshore Drive. We still have that stop and go traffic as you approach Route 53 because of that earlier crash. It was blocking 2 right lanes. Now it should just be over on the right shoulder. 50 minutes on the Eisenhower from Route 390 to the old post office. 50 minutes as well on the Kennedy from O'Hare to downtown. There's an outbound crash that's new at Pulaski, but also an inbound crash. And I want to show you some of the stop and go traffic with a picture from the DOT. So this is at Cumberland Avenue. That crash is near Canfield, and yeah, you can see some of the stop and go as you approach that area, but most of your traffic on the Kennedy is before the junction. And let's go over to the westbound side of I-80 where we have a crash. It's at US 30. It should be clear over on the left shoulder. Crews are on scene right away, but still a little bit of stop and go traffic as you approach. I'll send it back to you.
Thank you, Gabby. Appreciate it. The White House is releasing some new details on President Trump's recent MRI. In a memo, the president's doctor says imaging was done on his heart and his abdomen as part of a preventative screening, describing the president as being in, quote, excellent health. President Trump said he would release the results after a recent back and forth with Minnesota Governor Tim Walz. The president had that MRI back in October.
Costco is suing the Trump administration, arguing it was wrongly ordered to pay tariffs on imported goods. The lawsuit was filed before the U.S. Supreme Court rules whether or not imposing those tariffs was legal. The retail giant is looking for a full refund on tariffs it has already paid.
Rapper Megan Thee Stallion has won a defamation case against Miami blogger Milagro Cooper, also known as Milagro Grams. A Florida jury found Cooper liable for defamation, intentional infliction of emotional distress, and promoting an altered sexual depiction after she posted a sexually explicit deepfake video of the rapper. Reports say a judge awarded her $59,000 in damages. All right, Samsung is showing off its first ever multi-folding phone. This thing is called the Galaxy Z Trifold. It costs $2,440. Look how thin that thing is. Features a 10-inch display using 3 different panels. The company says the phone is roughly 25% bigger than the Galaxy Z Fold 7 model and can charge to 50% in 30 minutes. That phone is expected to hit store shelves in the U.S. as early as Q1 of next year.
It almost looks as big as your head, though, does it not?
I think it's when it's fully unfolded.
But maybe you can call
look
somebody.
at it. Yeah, it folds up like a wallet.
Well, the Field Museum getting into the holiday spirit today. The museum's dinosaurs will be getting those Santa hats. The public will get a chance to see the hats tomorrow on free admission day for Illinois residents.
Very nice, very nice. All right, check out this field goal kick fail. This was during last night's Giants-Patriots game. It's hard to see from this angle, but we're going to show it to you in slow-mo. Get to your screen. Here we go. Younghoe Koo lined up for that field goal try. Ooh, but he kicked the grass, not the ball. Yeah, he kicked the field itself. This was in the second quarter. Game was still tied at this point, so the stakes were there. Those 3 points in the end, I guess, wouldn't have mattered because the Patriots wound up blowing out the Giants 33-15. But that might have been kind of a, morale blow at the time, with the game tied. Like, oh, it's not what you need. All right, we need to point out that after years of ribbing our own Jake Hamilton, hey, by comparison, that is
Okay.
good work right there.
See, I feel like...
I mean, that's contact with the ball.
It is. And I think Jake always thought this was an embarrassment, but we finally found a time to show this where it's a victory.
Exactly. Nice. I mean,
Way to go,
I have new
Jake.
appreciation for that infamous clip there.
Didn't think it could get any worse, but apparently it can.
Yeah, exactly.
Way to go, Jake. He's going to be so mad that we have it ready. It's like all the director has to do is push a button.
It's on. Yeah. There's a lot of buttons on that panel, and one of them is
Okay.
quick draw.
Plenty more Good Day Chicago ahead. Keep it right here.
I'm Ultima.
Good Day Chicago at 7 starts now.
Right now at 7, after complaints from vendors, complaints from the public as well, the city is adjusting the capacity limitations at Chris Kindle Market on Daly Plaza.
Travel at the airports and on the roads could start to get back on track today.
We hope. And more free hot dogs are about to be offered up at the Wieners Circle up in Lincoln Park, all thanks to that move by head coach Ben Johnson.
The snow has finally moved out, but there's some bitter cold on the horizon.
Indeed, indeed. And you can tell by looking at the bean right there, it's got a sheen of snow on top of it. It's a cold bean today.
It is.
Yeah, cold beans.
Yeah, it's kind of a dreary start. We have some fog out there. It's a little bit wet as you're driving around, mostly because people are driving and their wheels are whipping up the liquid. So make sure that you have full windshield wiper fluid before you leave the house. That was
good
my
reminder.
mistake.
I need to replace my blades. I had a hard time getting in because, you know, when they become misaligned, they don't get some. I was like leaning down.
Same.
Yeah.
It's kind of hazardous out there if you don't come prepared. But let's talk about the forecast because it is going to be another cold day. Luckily, precipitation is out of the forecast as we head into the afternoon especially. But even right now, you can see it's a beautiful start, definitely winter-esque. 18 degrees outside with that west wind coming in at 5 to 10 miles per hour. So it is a calm start. We have a few changes coming, including the chance for snow returning as soon as tomorrow. But this morning, definitely going to be very cold. These are the actual temperatures sitting in the teens, 14 in DeKalb, 15 in Aurora, 18 at O'Hare and 20 at the lakefront, 11 in Morris. Checking in on that visibility, I mentioned that potential for some freezing fog. If that fog comes in contact with pavement, it could cause a glaze out there. We're down to less than a mile in DeKalb at 3/4 of a mile of visibility, 1/10 of a mile from Kankakee to Merrillville, points south. Even at the lakefront, we have the fog close to ground, so take it slow. Let's check in with Gabby and see how traffic's going. Speaking of.
Hey, Caitlin, some of that fog was, causing some issues over in the southwest side early this morning, but now we're not really seeing it impact traffic as much. I'm still talking about this crash. It's northbound I-55 at Route 53. 2 right lanes are still blocked, and traffic still starting before Weber Road all the way to this area. Here's a foggy look at some of the stop and go as you approach that area. So just be aware of that if you are headed into the city. Southbound I-57, a new crash reported at Sibley Boulevard. A right shoulder is blocked, not really causing any traffic there because it is light traffic volume, at least in that area. Still dealing with some mechanical issues too over on Metra. BNSF now we're adding to the list. Inbound train 1220 was supposed to leave over at Downers Grove. They're at 6:30. It is not operating due to mechanical problems going on. There is another train that should be accommodating some passengers. I'll share more information about this and some drive times coming up. Anthony.
Okay, thank you, Gabby. Appreciate it. We have some breaking news to get to right now. You might recall that woman who drove right through a crowd of protesters in the Loop. Well, she will be getting probation. This incident happened back in June. Here's the footage. You can see the car weaving through the protest. Court records show that Deirdre Kemp pleaded guilty to aggravated reckless driving causing bodily harm. Prosecutors say a police sergeant tried to stop her by grabbing the wheel, but Kemp swerved. The officer wound up falling down. He broke his arm. Kemp was sentenced to second chance probation. She will have to complete 100 hours of community service. All right, there's been some crowd control at Chicago's airports as well. Yesterday, snow having some lingering effects this morning, with O'Hare canceling 40-plus flights already this morning. Ahead of this system, the Chicago Department of Streets and Sand deployed more than 200 salt spreaders to treat major routes. That did help keep routes relatively clear of ice this morning, but as Gabby mentioned, you're going to want to be careful out there.
A former mental health counselor at Hartgrove Behavioral Health System is facing felony charges accused of abusing children.
And Brian is here in studio with the very latest. Brian.
68-year-old Edmund Rivers is facing 3 counts of criminal sexual assault and 2 counts of predatory criminal sexual assault. He's accused in crimes involving 5 minors between the ages of 7 and 14 years old. This allegedly happened between the years 1996 and 2004. In the indictment, prosecutors accused Rivers of abusing minors in the cafeteria bathroom, a gym equipment room, and a seclusion room, all at the Hartgrove Hospital, formerly in Garfield Park. The attorney representing the victim says that this abuse involved multiple bad actors.
This mental health counselor was allowed to abuse so many kids for so many years because he had a group of staff that covered up for him, that were complicit in the abuse, that were accomplices in the abuse. Every single person that knew something, that didn't report it, that didn't stop it, should also be facing criminal charges.
A judge ordered for Rivers to be detained until his next court date. Fox 32 Chicago has reached out to Hartgrove Health for comment. We're still waiting to hear back.
Well, we've got some positive news regarding the health of a National Guard member who is fighting for his life after the shooting in Washington, D.C. 24-year-old Air Force Staff Sergeant Andrew Wolf is still in serious condition, but he is showing some positive signs, giving a thumbs up that he could hear a nurse's question and wiggling his toes. 20-year-old Army Specialist Sarah Beckstrom died from her injuries.
Meantime, Homeland Security Secretary Kristi Noem is calling for a travel ban in the wake of the attack that hurt him in Washington, D.C. Noem says she recommended a travel ban on several different countries to the president yesterday. Authorities say the suspect in the shooting is an immigrant from Afghanistan who came to the U.S. in 2021 through Operation Allies Welcome. Noem did not say which countries are included in the proposed ban.
We have an update back here at home on the Batavia chiropractor accused of secretly recording patients, including children. Authorities say tips are pouring in. David Hansen was arrested earlier this month and charged with multiple counts, including child pornography and recording minors. The Kane County State's Attorney's Office has now received more than 1,500 calls and emails to a dedicated tip line from potential victims. Investigators in the Child Exploitation Unit have begun to identify possible victims, and they will be reaching out to them.
We're still processing a lot of data, a lot of photos, a lot of videos, and so we will get to every single call as soon as we possibly can. We're not surprised about the amount that we're having. It's just more deflating to know how much of a negative effect he had on our community.
The state's attorney's office is linking names they receive from that tip line to the videos they have, and they do believe there will be more victims. They also believe Hansen acted alone. New leadership in the Cook County Circuit Court. Chief Judge Charles Beach II is officially in charge now. He replaces longtime former Chief Judge Tim Evans. Beach is taking over here at a critical time. The court system is facing fallout from a number of high-profile recent crimes committed by offenders who judges had released on electronic monitoring. A recent case involves the repeat offender accused of setting a woman on fire on a CTA train. So right now, the pretrial release program is being transferred from the sheriff's office to the judge's office.
With the big holiday shopping deals behind us today, we switch gears. It's Giving Tuesday, everybody. It's an annual day of observation. It first started back in 2012. It encourages people to donate or volunteer to causes that they believe in during the season of giving here. If you do plan on donating anywhere, though, authorities say be mindful of fake charities, be mindful of crowdfunding scams, Any donors, you should research the organization carefully, confirm the charity's name, and also check independent ratings before you give money.
Bears head coach Ben Johnson went shirtless after Friday's win against the Eagles, and that means more free hot dogs. The Wiener Circle issued the challenge. The hot dogs will be handed out starting at 11 o'clock this morning. They're going to go until they run out. The first free hot dog giveaway happened back in October after Caleb Williams threw 4 touchdown passes against the Cowboys.
And Ben Johnson was on Zoom with the media from Hallis Hall, asked about that shirtless moment and what kind of response he's gotten since.
What are some reactions that you've heard from people to you doing the whole shirtless thing?
To be honest with you, I haven't heard anything from outside of the building. My wife was just laughing. That's about it. Yeah, I guess my 2-year-old was watching the TV screen back at home, and she's like, no shirt, no shirt. She just pointed to the screen, no shirt, no shirt. And my wife had no idea what was going on, so that's really about how that went. You know, I think anytime you get a chance to feed a city, you want to do it. So, man of the people.
You know, and little kids, too, they get such a kick out of just running around without a shirt or pants, don't they?
Oh, mine do.
Yes.
I remember one time my little one had nothing on except for a football helmet. So he went reverse.
Right after his dad. All right, 7:09 now. I don't know that. All right, let's check in with Caitlin. Kind of a miserable look at the city, but this is what we have, Caitlin.
That's right. My kids are the same way, by the way. That's a Wednesday.
They think it's so funny, don't they?
I don't even know if they think about it. My kids are just like, this is normal. This is comfortable.
For sure.
You know, middle of the frigid temperatures. It's fine. Also, by the way, I was looking at the bean picture that we have. This is the first time in my memory that we don't have a single person out there looking at the bean, taking a picture. Yeah. There's been a couple people walking by, like on the path behind, but nobody is there. Oh, wait, there's one person. One single person taking their photo. Look. Yeah. Okay, so it is brutally cold out there this morning. Temperatures are actually in the teens. That's not the wind chill. These are the real temperatures outside, 20 at the lakefront. But as we take a look to our western areas, it is only 13 degrees in Woodstock right now, 14 in DeKalb, 15 in Aurora, 11 in Morris, and 19 in Kankakee. Temperatures in northwest Indiana are in the low to mid-20s right now. It is going to be a cold day, absolutely, but generally speaking, quiet. We have a little bit of fog that has developed this morning, and by this afternoon, we're holding on to the clouds, but temperatures only in the 20s, 25 degrees by lunchtime. It's going to be chilly. Looking at our futurecast, though, we have even colder temperatures on the way, and before we get there, we have the potential for snow returning on your Wednesday. So taking a look, let's time it out. Again, the clouds are staying put, temperatures in the 20s, and here comes Wednesday morning, a cold front swinging on through, bringing the chance for a little bit of snow. We are going to have that snow move out and cold air settle in. You can see that wind coming in out of the north. We're talking about temperatures feeling like, so the wind chill could be around 15 to 20 degrees below zero. That's going to be Wednesday night as well as Thursday night. So Thursday morning and Friday morning, make sure your little ones are bundled up big time if they're going to the bus stop. 3-day forecast, 34 degrees tomorrow, so a little bump in the temperatures, but that's the day, again, that we have that potential for a little bit of snow. And then 17 expected to be our high temperature on Thursday. Thursday is going to be the coldest day of the week. We'll take a look at your full 7-day forecast, including when the snow potential returns this weekend ahead.
Thanks, Caitlin. The White House weighs in on accusation of war crimes after airstrikes on alleged drug boats. We're going to talk with political science professor William Muck about those accusations and what the consequences could be for the U.S.
Toyotathon is
7:15 now. Local airports working to get back on track this morning.
Yesterday's snow having somewhat of a lingering effect this morning. O'Hare already has more than 40 canceled flights, one cancellation at Midway.
The city of Chicago raising capacity limits at the Daily Plaza Christkindl Market. Vendors and those attending the market had complained about the limits put in place. City officials say it's a safety issue. The new capacity limit has been raised by 1,000 people, but it's still less than the COVID-19 capacity rules.
And after Bears head coach Ben Johnson went shirtless after Friday's win over the Eagles, that means in less than 4 hours from right now, Wiener Circle is going to be giving out free hot dogs, yes, to all who show up while supplies last. The hot dogs will be handed out starting at 11 this morning and will go until they run out of supplies.
A strike on an alleged drug smuggling boat in the Caribbean traveling from Venezuela is under scrutiny this morning after it was determined that 2 men on board were still alive but were killed in a secondary strike. So new this morning, the White House is saying this strike was not ordered by Secretary of War Pete Hegseth, but rather an admiral following orders. North Central College political science professor William Mock with us now. And Professor, you always kind of make things easier for us to understand here because the rules of international warfare, I don't know that hardly anybody, maybe you, is an expert on that. So do you believe that this violated international law governing the use of force at sea? And then if it did, what consequences could the Trump administration face?
Well, absolutely. The second strike is really, really problematic. And the big thing to understand here is how are we understanding the use of force here? Is this a criminal activity or is it an act of war? But the reality is either one, you cannot target individuals who have survived this attack. You're targeting illegitimate targets, right? These individuals have done no crime in terms of specifically after they've been no longer a threat to society. So what we're saying here is that the administration is a little worried about this. And what we've seen today and yesterday is they're playing a bit of the blame game. So the Secretary of Defense, Secretary of War is suggesting that this was a decision of somebody in command. We're talking about Admiral Bradley. But everybody's starting to point fingers. And I think the reality is that both legally, they understand that they're in a bad position here, but also politically, this just looks bad, right? If individuals are hanging on the side of the boat, it doesn't feel right to target them. So legally, they're in a bad place, but also I think politically, this is a challenge for the administration.
By procedure or by protocol, what are they to do? Are they to send in a chopper and rescue those people and then render aid? What are they supposed to do?
So if we consider this an armed conflict, so if we think about this as war, so if we say the United States is at war with Venezuela, which I think is also a little problematic, but let's just assume that because that is what the Trump administration has said. If you engage in legitimate violence and then take out the other side, if there are survivors, you absolutely, by the rules of war, have to rescue them. There's no if, and, or buts about that. And what we've seen is since that incident, the United States has done so. So even the administration itself sort of quietly is acknowledging that they handled this first incident wrong, that they had a legal responsibility to go and rescue those individuals. And if we're thinking about this as a armed conflict, technically those individuals would be prisoners of war. And that's why all of these legal clarifications matter and justifications matter. But yes, absolutely, the United States would have some responsibility to rescue and then return those individuals.
And this almost seems trite to ask at this point, but what does the polling suggest about public support for war against Venezuela?
I think that's a really important question because what we're seeing is the American public doesn't feel real comfortable with what's going on. And I think there's a lot of uncomfortable parallels maybe back to the Iraq War. The administration has to be a little more clear about what they're doing. Is the goal regime change in Venezuela? Is the goal to stop the movement of narcotics, right? I think the administration needs to be a little bit more clear about this so that the public knows. And especially these incidents feel uncomfortable. I think, just even if you aren't paying a lot of attention to this, it feels wrong if the United States is killing individuals hanging on the side of the boat. So it's clear the administration realizes this is a bit of a problem, and I think they're going to try to go on the offensive and reframe this. And it's possible that Hegseth may lose his position over this because that's the easy political solution to find a way to move forward.
What is the legal justification for targeting of these vessels that the administration has put forth thus far?
So they're arguing that these are terrorist organizations, right? And so think back, this is sort of similar to the justifications that were used after 9/11, that these are terrorist organizations and therefore the United States has the ability to use lethal force against them. Now, I will say, like in the international law community, that's not a particularly compelling argument because they're not conventional terrorists. They're criminals. And so what you're using is you're labeling them as terrorists, as enemy combatants, and then using force against them. But it creates all of these hurdles that we're now addressing. If this is armed conflict and they are terrorists, then there are legal rules for dealing with them. So I think the administration needs to be a bit more clear and release some of the justification for why they're doing this, as well as the ultimate goal of this. Is it regime change? Are they trying to get rid of the leader of Venezuela, or are they simply trying to slow down the movement of narcotics?
All right, Professor William Muck with North Central College. Thank you, sir. Have a great day.
Always good to be here.
Thank you. All right, let's send it back over to Caitlin. Cody, boy, beautiful sunrise per usual, but so cold out there, Caitlin.
So cold, yes. Temperatures in the teens this morning. Quiet. I'm happy to see that sunshine. We have partly cloudy to mostly cloudy skies expected today, and a few changes happening over the next few days, including the chance for snow returning tomorrow. But weather headlines, number one, quiet today. That's nice. We have a little bit of fog out there this morning, but you saw from that live shot some sun is breaking through. Sub-zero wind chills coming. I'm talking about 15 to 20 degrees below zero is what it's going to feel like Wednesday night and Thursday night. So I'm talking about the morning time of Thursday and Friday when these wind chills are going to be at those dangerous levels. Snow chance back on Wednesday. Yeah, we could see a little bit of light snow around, but the bigger story, I think, is going to be that drop in temperatures. Right now, satellite radar is quiet. We do have a few clouds out there, as mentioned, and temperatures are going to be cold, only reaching the 20s this afternoon. Looking at highs today for most of us, we're seeing the 20s. We could be hitting the low 30s as we round the lake, but 25 expected to be our high at O'Hare, low 20s in western areas. And then tonight we're dropping back down to the teens, especially as we get away from the city in western spots. And tomorrow back to the 30s as our highs, so a little more mild with the chance for snow. Checking in with Gabby. Let's see how our drive's going this morning. What's the latest?
Caitlin, this is an incident I brought up earlier this morning. It was a stalled semi-truck that was blocking a ramp. It was eastbound I-88 to Orchard Road. It was blocked. Now it has just reopened within the last 5 minutes, and that's a good thing. The semi that was stalled was carrying 42,000 pounds of candy. Luckily, it didn't spill over, or else it'd be taking a lot more time to clean up. Probably a lot of kids trying to grab at that candy too. So we should see that northbound traffic on Orchard clear up very soon. Let's take a look at our drive times. I know that we do have an outbound crash at 17th on the Eisenhower. I want to mention quickly, 60 minutes for your inbound trip on the Eisenhower, 55 minutes on the Kennedy, a full hour as well on the Stevenson from 355 to DuSable Lakeshore Drive, 40 minutes on the Dan Ryan. We've been dealing with mechanical issues happening on a lot of our train lines, on the L trains, and especially with Metra. Inbound train for Union Pacific Northwest, they're operating up to 25 minutes behind. It's due to those mechanical issues, so please be aware. Make sure you're checking your train status this morning and the rest of the week as the cold temperatures continue. Anthony.
Good advice there. Gabby, thank you so much. We got plenty more to get to here on Good Day Chicago. The White House is giving an update on President Trump's recent MRI. And there's new international guidelines on the use of these GLP-1 drugs, how experts say they can be used to treat obesity long term. Also, why Costco is now filing a lawsuit against the Trump administration. That's all when we come back.
Fox 30.
Welcome back. The White House is releasing new details on President Trump's recent MRI. In a memo, the president's doctor says that imaging was done on his heart and abdomen as part of a preventative screening, describing the president as being in, quote, excellent health. President Trump said he would release the results after a recent back and forth with Minnesota Governor Tim Walz. The president had that MRI back in October.
The World Health Organization issuing its first ever guidelines on the use of GLP-1 drugs to treat obesity. The UN Health Agency is recommending GLP-1 treatments conditionally as part of treatment for obesity. But the agency says the medication should not be the only approach, as it also warns about a lack of availability of those drugs.
Our greatest concern is equitable access. Without concerted action, these medicines could contribute to widening the gap between the rich and poor, both between and within countries.
Well, this might be obvious, but the agency also suggests increasing the amount of exercise and eating a healthier diet. Costco suing the Trump administration, arguing it was wrongly ordered to pay tariffs on imported goods. The lawsuit was filed before the U.S. Supreme Court rules whether or not imposing those tariffs was legal. The retail giant is looking for a full refund on tariffs it's already paid. Caitlin.
Today is going to be a cold one. Generally quiet, though. Look, we've got a beautiful sunrise, but the snow is back as soon as tomorrow, and then the temperatures get dangerously cold after tomorrow. Full check of your forecast is coming up.
Make the most of
You're watching Good Day Chicago. It's now 7:30.
We appreciate you joining us. Here's a look at some of the headlines we're following for you this Tuesday morning. U.S. envoys, they will meet with Russian President Vladimir Putin today to present an amended plan to try to end this war in Ukraine. The White House says it is optimistic about reaching a deal here, but Ukraine and Russia have both voiced their doubts. And this meeting comes a day after Russia claimed to have captured a crucial area in Ukraine. Ukrainian forces say that fight is ongoing.
Congress investigating the Trump administration's strike on an alleged drug boat in the Caribbean. The Washington Post reports that after 11 were killed in the September strike, there were 2 survivors clinging to the wreckage who were then killed in a second strike. The White House acknowledged the report, but says Pete Hegseth, the Secretary of War, did not directly order the follow-up strike.
Starting February 1st of 2026, TSA is adding a $45 fee for anyone flying without a ID. You will have to buy the new Confirm ID at a security checkpoint. The alternative identification will be valid to use up to 10 days after it is purchased. The city of Chicago is working, meantime, with Chris Kindle Market after organizers push back against capacity limits. But some of the vendors there are saying this may not be enough.
Yeah, one of them saying that business is down 50%.
Yeah.
They don't know if they'll come back next year. Roseanne Tay is live at Daly Plaza with concerns from those vendors. Roseanne?
Well, the first thing, the new limit is 2,500 people. That's how many people are allowed here at the Chris Kindle Market, after many agree that the city scaled it back a little too far. Now, if you've ever been to the Chris Kindle Market, especially on the weekend, you know that the lines can be very long and the people are packed in there shoulder to shoulder very often. But after the city capped the crowds to 1,500, they were having the opposite problem. They got so small, the crowds did, that merchants did complain. We were told sales were down 70%, and vendors blamed it on the fact that customers couldn't even get to the goods. After all, 1,500 people was half the limit during COVID back in 2021. So the city responded. They added those additional 1,000 spots, and the German-American Chamber of Commerce of the Midwest calls it a start.
It was an interpretation of code and wanting crowd management. Obviously, we've been working with the city for a long time and working on crowd management strategies, and we're happy with a happy medium. That's why even after this came out, we said, hey, let's go back to COVID era numbers. That worked then, and let's work from there to find the right solutions. And instead, it ended up being what we have today, and unfortunately for our vendors, it's been a really tough year.
Right. And it was time to pivot. The city saying in a statement the enormous success of Chris Kindle Market has pushed the limits of the capacity thresholds for Daly Plaza. But they are promising to continue to work with organizers. And let's just see how this works. Let's see how this fits, because everybody pretty much agreed that there weren't enough people to keep the merchants happy after they imposed those new restrictions. So people encouraged to come and visit the Chris Kindle Market this year. Back to you now in the studio.
Okay, Roseanne, thank you for that update. Meantime, there's crowd control as well happening at Chicago's airports. Yesterday's snow having somewhat of a lingering effect this morning. O'Hare already has 40-plus canceled flights. Ahead of the system, the Chicago Department of Streets and Sand actually deployed more than 200 salt spreaders to treat the major routes. That helped keep them relatively clear of ice this morning, but it's still one of those mornings, so be careful. There's some slick spots with that freezing fog, so heads up there.
And at 7:34, Bears head coach Ben Johnson went shirtless after Friday's win against the Eagles, so that means more free hot dogs. The Wiener Circle issued the challenge. The hot dogs will be handed out starting at 11 o'clock this morning. They will go until they run out. The first free hot dog giveaway happened back in October after Caleb Williams threw 4 touchdown passes against the Cowboys.
Ben Johnson was on Zoom with the media at Hallis Hall asking about that moment right there and what kind of reaction has poured in since.
We'll have some reactions that you've heard from people to you doing the whole shirtless thing.
To be honest with you, I haven't heard anything from outside of the building. My wife was just laughing. That's about it. Yeah, I guess my 2-year-old was watching the TV screen back at home, and she's like, no shirt, no shirt. She just pointed to the screen, no shirt, no shirt. And my wife had no idea what was going on, so that's really about how that went. I think anytime you get a chance to feed a city, you want to do it. So, man of the people.
Yeah, man of the people there. And Gabby is heading out to the Wiener Circle in the next hour, she's going to give us kind of a scene setter there to see if anyone starts lining up in the cold.
They really want a hot dog if
might,
that's the case, yes.
That's
so
dedication.
7:30, 8:30, 9:30, 10. We've got 3.5 hours before the official handout begins. Caitlin is here right now, though, and she's got a check of these chilly temperatures.
It is brutally cold out there, but at least outside of that, we have seen a beautiful sunrise from our camera shots. We do have some low-hanging clouds, though, some visibility issues out there. Most concerning, though, with the fog is going to be the potential for some slick spots if that fog comes in contact with any pavement, especially on treated surfaces. So let's check in on our visibility. We're down to a 10th mile still at the lakefront, 1 1/4 in Aurora. As we get out to LaSalle, DeKalb County, even portions of, let's see, Kane, Kendall, Grundy County, you have some fog too, dropping you to less than a mile. You can see a 1/2 mile in Morris, under a 1/4 mile in DeKalb. So just take it slow. If you see the fog, know that that could cause a glaze out there. Even if we take a look south, in northwest Indiana, Lake County, Jasper, Newton counties, Kankakee, you're down to a 10th mile in a few spots as well. Temperatures very cold. We've been talking about it all morning. Right now, we're sitting at 18 degrees at the lakefront and O'Hare. It's calm and quiet, at least, not too gusty out there, and no precipitation is expected. We had a little bit of a mist out there earlier. 15, though, in Aurora, 13 in Morris, 16 at LaSalle. Here's your next 12 hours. Partly to mostly cloudy skies are expected. Highs are going to be pushing into the 20s, but wind chill staying in the teens. So dress for the teens today, this afternoon, feeling like you could be around 17 degrees. Tonight, we're dropping down to 21 with that wind picking up, gusting to 20 miles per hour. And tomorrow, the chance for snow is back. A few scattered light snow showers with a high of about 34. So it's going to be quite balmy on your Wednesday with 34 degrees. Because then we reach into Thursday, and that's when we start off with lows in the single digits, feeling like we could be around 15 to 20 degrees below zero. So wind chills up to or down to 20 degrees below zero Thursday morning as well as Friday morning. And then we have the chance for a little bit of snow returning this weekend. Let's take a look at some of the photos that we did receive. First, how cute is this little pepperoni? This is Delilah, I think. I know it says Delia. I think it's Delilah. The cutest name I've ever seen. Oh my goodness, Anthony, how sweet.
It looks like a little stuffed animal.
Right? In Evergreen
Super
Park.
cute.
Thank you, Bob, for uploading your baby. So darling. Love you, Delilah. And then we have another fun name, Aliyah. So I feel like, or maybe it's Aaliyah. She's drawing hearts in the snow. So this was Josh's daughter. My kids do the same thing. It's so sweet. Love it.
I know my son would be drawing 6, 7 or something like that. That's so wholesome with the hearts.
Right? Okay, so I think these were our only 2 photos. I'm fairly certain. Yep. Okay, let's check in on traffic now.
Yes. Okay. Thanks, Caitlin. Appreciate it. There's a look at your drive times. It is going to be a long one, especially if you're coming in on the Eisenhower. You're well over an hour inbound there. Everything else in the red this morning. 58 minutes inbound from O'Hare on the Kennedy. 69 minutes inbound from Route 390 on the Eisenhower to downtown. Over an hour on the Stevenson between I-355 and DuSable Lakeshore Drive. And the Dan Ryan's jammed as well. 46 minutes between 95th and downtown. Also, if you take the Metro, unfortunately, trains on the UP Northwest line, all the inbound trains are delayed. They're running 35 minutes behind, so check that app before you get on board or head to the platform to plan your morning commute. We'll be right back.
Here's some positive news regarding the health of a National Guard member who is fighting for his life after the shooting in Washington, D.C. 24-year-old Air Force Staff Sergeant Andrew Wolf is still in serious condition, but he is showing positive signs, giving a thumbs up that he could hear a nurse's question and wiggling his toes. 20-year-old Army Specialist Sarah Beckstrom died from her injuries.
Homeland Security Secretary Kristi Noem, meantime, calling for a travel ban in the wake of the attack that critically injured Wolf, that deadly attack in D.C. Noem says she recommended a travel ban on several different countries to the president yesterday. Authorities say the suspect in the shooting is from Afghanistan. He came to the U.S. back in 2021 through Operation Allies Welcome. Noem did not say which countries are included in that proposed ban.
The White House confirming a second airstrike was ordered on an alleged drug boat in the Caribbean Sea in September, saying now it was ordered by an admiral. Now there's growing scrutiny from lawmakers on both sides of the aisle who are pushing for a congressional review into these strikes. A recent report claims the U.S. authorized attacks on survivors who couldn't defend themselves. Military officers say they were following a directive from Secretary of Defense Pete Hegseth to, quote, kill everybody.
Oh, the news, Luigi Mangione was back in a New York City courtroom as his attorneys are aiming to toss out key evidence from his state murder case. The 27-year-old is accused of killing United Healthcare CEO Brian Thompson last December in downtown Manhattan. Mangione's lawyers say the police illegally searched his bag without a warrant, and they are now hoping to bar journal entries, a 3D printed gun, and other evidence before the trial starts, although legal experts believe that that argument will not hold up.
In a Chicago courtroom, one of the sons of notorious Mexican drug kingpin El Chapo pleaded guilty to U.S. drug trafficking charges. Joaquin Guzman Lopez and his brother Ovidio are accused of running a faction of the Sinaloa cartel. In a deal, Joaquin pleaded guilty to 2 counts of drug trafficking and continuing a criminal enterprise. His brother pleaded guilty in his own deal earlier this year.
U.S. Marshals are now joining the hunt and offering a $5,000 reward to find a missing Virginia high school coach turned fugitive. 46-year-old Travis Turner is wanted on several charges, including possession of child pornography. He has been missing since November 20th. He went missing right in the middle of his football team's undefeated season. Also, still no arrests after a deadly shooting at a child's birthday party in Northern California. The gunfire erupted Saturday evening at a banquet hall in Stockton, packed with more than 100 people. The victims were 8, 9, 14, and 21 years old. 11 others were injured, one of them critically.
This wasn't just some terrorist type attack where they walked in and just wanted to kill people. We're not going to say whether it's gang related or not until we have all the facts in front of us.
Authorities believe it was a targeted attack. A $25,000 reward is being offered for any information leading to an arrest.
There's an update back here at home on the Batavia chiropractor accused of secretly recording patients, including children. And authorities now say tips are pouring in. David Hansen was arrested earlier this month and charged with multiple counts, including child pornography and recording minors. The Kane County State's Attorney's Office has now received more than 1,500 calls and emails to a dedicated tip line from potential victims. Investigators in the Child Exploitation Unit have begun to identify possible victims and will be reaching out to them.
We're still processing a lot of data, a lot of photos, a lot of videos, and so we will get to every single call as soon as we possibly can. We're not surprised about the amount that we're having. It's just more deflating to know how much of a negative effect he had on our community.
The State's Attorney's Office is linking names they received from the tip line to the videos they have. They do believe there will be more victims, and they also believe Hansen acted alone. 7:46, and here's a look at what's coming up on Good Day Chicago for you at 8 and 9. We'll be right back.
Ashley's.
7:48 now. After pulling way back, the city of Chicago is now raising capacity limits at the Daily Plaza Christkindl Market. Vendors and people attending the market had complained about the initial limits the city put in place. Chicago officials say it's a safety issue. The new capacity limit has been raised by 1,000 people, but it's still less than the COVID-19 capacity rules. Organizers say the restrictions will cause longer lines and will mean less money for vendors. Chicago gets more free hot dogs today after Bears head coach Ben Johnson's shirtless moment following their win against the Eagles. I don't know what's better. Those hot dogs start rolling out at 11 a.m. and they will go until they run out. Gabby's headed that way. She'll let us know if there's already a line forming. And Chicago airport's working to get back on track after another round of snow overnight. According to FlightAware, around 40 flights out of O'Hare have been canceled just this morning. Dozens more have been delayed. So check ahead if you've got a flight out this morning. And we want to check in now with Caitlin Cody as we take a live look at the snow there still sitting on the ground at the corner of Lake and Michigan.
A little bit of snow on the ground, and we do have some beautiful skies over our city, some fog in other spots. Temperatures cold for everyone. So let's check in on our current condition right now. 17 degrees for us in the city with that west wind coming in at 5 to 10 miles per hour. Seeing 17 at O'Hare as well, and Joliet, 18 at Midway, 23 in Gary as well as Merrillville. But the feel like temperatures down to the single digits. In fact, low single digits west of Chicago. I'm talking about Aurora, where it feels like 3 currently. 8 at LaSalle and DeKalb, 4 at Woodstock. So dress warm, dress in layers, dress for the brutally cold temperatures that we have in place. Visibility, I mentioned that fog. Right now we're seeing a 1/10 mile of visibility in spots near the lakefront, a 1/4 mile there at Morris, a 1/10 of a mile in Kankakee, Merrillville, LaSalle, you're under 2 miles, a 1/4 mile there in DeKalb. And with this fog, we could see freezing fog. Where that fog comes in contact with pavement, it could get a little bit icy, believe it or not. So take it slow. If it looks wet, it's probably icy out there. Day planner, well, temperatures are only going to be reaching the mid-20s, feeling like we could be in the teens today with the wind chill. And here's your futurecast to show that we have more winter weather on the way. Tomorrow, the chance for a little bit of light snow. And then once this cold front passes, that northerly air is going to be dropping us down to wind chill values of 15 to 20 degrees below zero Wednesday night, also Thursday night. The snow, though, is only going to be here on Wednesday, and then we do have those brutally cold but quiet conditions expected for Thursday. We'll take a look at your full 7-day forecast coming up.
Caitlin, thank you. The White House is releasing new details on President Trump's recent MRI. In a memo, the president's doctor says imaging was done on his heart and abdomen as part of a preventative screening, describing the president as being, quote, in excellent health. President Trump said he would release the results after a recent back and forth with Minnesota Governor Tim Walz. The president had that MRI in October. The World Health Organization issuing its first ever guidelines on the use of those GLP-1 drugs to treat obesity. The UN Health Agency is recommending GLP-1 treatments conditionally as part of treatment for obesity. But the agency says the medication should not be the only approach, as it also warns about a lack of availability of those drugs.
Our greatest concern is equitable access. Without concerted action, these medicines could contribute to widening the gap between the rich and poor, both between and within countries.
The agency also suggests increasing the amount of exercise and eating a healthier diet.
Indiana Republican state lawmakers, they are releasing a new congressional map proposal. There it is right there, and it's designed to net the party 2 more seats in next year's midterms. Republicans already control 7 out of Indiana's 9 congressional districts. The map will be considered this week by State House Republicans. It still remains unclear, though, if the proposal will pass the state Senate.
Costco suing the Trump administration, arguing it was wrongly ordered to pay tariffs on imported goods. The lawsuit was filed before the U.S. Supreme Court rules whether or not imposing those tariffs was legal. The retail giant looking for a full refund on tariffs it has already paid.
Rapper Megan Thee Stallion has won a defamation case against Miami blogger Milagro Cooper, a.k.a. Milagro Grams, A Florida jury found Cooper liable for defamation, intentional infliction of emotional distress, and promoting an altered sexual depiction after she posted a sexually explicit deepfake video of the rapper. Reports say a judge awarded her $59,000 in damages. Samsung, meantime, is showing off its first ever multi-folding phone. It is called the Galaxy Z Trifold, and it'll retail for $2,440. It features a 10-inch display using 3 different panels. The company says the phone is roughly 25% bigger than the Galaxy Z Fold 7 model and can charge to 50% in 30 minutes. That phone is expected to hit store shelves in the U.S. as early as the first quarter of next year.
The Field Museum getting into the holiday spirit today. The museum's dinosaurs will be getting their Santa hats. The public will get a chance to see the hats tomorrow on free admission day for Illinois residents.
And in case you missed it last night during the game between the Giants and Pats, Giants kicker Younghoe Koo lined up for a field goal try. Instead, he kicked, there it is, here's in slow-mo. There's the
No.
Nope. Yeah, he kicked the field. Yeah, didn't get the ball there, unfortunately. And the game was tied when that happened. Turns out in the end, I guess it wouldn't have mattered. The Patriots wound up blowing out the Giants 33-15, but that was no bueno.
It reminds me of the double doink.
Yeah.
You know?
Oh, man, bad memories.
Oh, my gosh.
Bad memories.
All right, 7:55 now. Plenty more Good Day Chicago ahead as we take a look at those travel times. We'll be right back. It's important to watch out for anybody trying to cash in on your generosity this Giving Tuesday. The FBI warns charity and donation scams are on the rise as the holidays approach. The agency reported in 2024 that its Internet Crime Complaint Center received more than 4,500 complaints in connection to money lost to fake charities. Crowdfunding accounts and disaster relief campaigns at the top of the list as well.
Drivers are seeing some relief at the pump. New data from Gas Buddy say that the national average price for a gallon of gas has dropped to its lowest level in over 4 years. The cost on average coming in at $2.95 for a gallon of regular unleaded. Gas Buddy says the decline is being attributed to strong refinery output and lower price of crude.
Starbucks is paying out big time to workers in New York City. More than 15,000 people will be getting a cut of the $35 million. Starbucks is settling claims it denied workers stable schedules and cut their hours. The company will also pay about $3.5 million in civil penalties. Most of the affected employees will get $50 for each week worked from July 2021 through July 2024.
All right, parents of younger children may want to think twice before handing over a smartphone. A new study finds that kids under 12 who own their own device face a higher risk of mental health issues and obesity as well. Researchers also link smartphone use to higher rates of depression and also not getting enough sleep. These findings come from data on more than 10,000 adolescents nationwide. So a big sample size there, and the study appears in the journal Pediatrics.
As the final chapter of the year begins, Spotify still has not announced when it will release its highly anticipated Wrapped feature. But it did tease that its customized year in music playlist is coming soon. Last year's Spotify Wrapped dropped on December 4th, but it's been released as early as November 29th and as late as December 6th.
Good Day Chicago at 8 starts now.
New at 8 o'clock. Meeting in the middle, the city of Chicago and the Chris Kindle Market. They find a temporary solution after concerns regarding capacity limits. But it appears this fight and the debate may not be over.
The Chicago Bears have an appetite. The Chicago Bears, excuse me, have an appetite for winning. I was missing the S there. Coach Ben Johnson making sure that we are fed. His post-game celebration prompting another free hot dog day. We are live ahead of the chaos.
And also, Cyber Monday's now in the book. So it's Giving Tuesday today, everybody. And the Salvation Army is going to be joining us here in studio to talk about getting your donation directly back into the Chicago community.
Hey, the snow's behind us, but there's always a big but. The cold is sticking around, unfortunately.
There's a building top in that shot. Well, there was a few moments ago, but the clouds are moving quickly, it looks like. Yeah, is that the top of what was formerly known as the Hancock building?
That looks like heaven to me. Look at this.
Yeah.
There it is.
Oh, there it is, Anthony. You were right.
So did I. Yeah, we do have partly to mostly cloudy skies expected today. This morning, there's a little bit of fog, but I'm seeing some sunshine over our city. Temperatures, though, are very cold. Right now, the actual temperature is 17 degrees at the lakefront and O'Hare, 14 in Aurora and DeKalb, 15 in Morris, 19 in Kankakee. These temperatures feeling like we could be in the single digits out there for some. Looking at the wind chill, you can see we're down to 1 in Aurora, 6 in Morris, 4 at Woodstock, so just warm, 9 at the lakefront. That visibility down to less than a mile still in locations like Morris and DeKalb, Kankakee and Merrillville, Woodstock 2. Aurora, Joliet. With the fog close to ground, it could be a little bit slick. Some freezing fog is possible this morning. Our day planner has temperatures reaching the mid-20s, feeling like we could be in the teens. Snow chances return tomorrow. I'll show you that on your full forecast coming up.
Okay, thank you, Caitlin. Appreciate it. After weeks of long lines and pushback from organizers and vendors, the city of Chicago is working with Chris Kindle Market to raise capacity limits.
But will it be enough to keep everyone happy? Roseanne Tejas is live at Daly Plaza. Hi, Roseanne.
Well, that's the key. And on a personal note, this cold weather isn't going to help much, I'll tell you. But here was the deal. If you've ever come to the Chris Kindle Market on a weekend in particular, you'll see long lines and people are shoulder to shoulder. And so I don't think it was a huge surprise to people that they wanted to reduce the capacity to 1,500 people. But then the businesses here say that it was just too far in the other direction. It was too drastic of a change with an eye toward safety. And, I should say the city then capped the crowds to 1,500 this year, half what they were during COVID. But it didn't take long for merchants to complain that the crowds, their bread and butter, were drying up entirely. They blamed a drop in sales on the fact that customers couldn't even get to their goods. The city has now responded. They added 1,000 spots back. The German-American Chamber of Commerce of the Midwest says if the market is to be a success, there was no choice.
If sales are down 30 to 70% for any business in Chicago, they're not going to survive. And now you throw on top of it, these are vendors, artisans, they painted their ornaments, they made their goods to bring them over here, pay the tariffs, They get them here, and now suddenly the customers aren't even allowed to come onto the plaza to buy them, and instead are standing outside in long lines.
Well, the city hopes this new adjustment to 2,500 people will change that, in a statement saying the enormous success of Christkindl Market has pushed the limits of the capacity thresholds for Daily Plaza. So the bottom line is, you use the expression meet in the middle. They're working together, the businesses, the city, trying to make this thing work. I could use a little help from Mother Nature. You could use a warm coat and some nice gloves when you head out to the Christkindl Market. Back to you now in the studio.
All right, thanks for the hot tip, Roseanne.
Appreciate it. All right, that snow overnight didn't have a huge impact on the morning commute, but that is not the case at the airport. O'Hare already has more than 40 canceled flights. Chicago Department of Streets and Sand deployed more than 200 salt spreaders to treat all the major routes yesterday, and that helped keep them relatively clear of ice this morning, but it was a little bit slow out there for some folks.
It sure was. New this morning, a woman who drove through a crowd of protesters in the Loop is getting probation. The incident happened in June. You can see the car there weaving through the protest. Court records show Deirdre Kemp pleaded guilty to aggravated reckless driving causing bodily harm. Prosecutors say a police sergeant tried to stop her by grabbing the wheel, but Kemp swerved and hit a woman who broke her arm. Kemp was sentenced to second chance probation. She'll have to complete 100 hours of community service. Newly released federal data this morning is providing insight on the people detained during Operation Midway Blitz.
Brian Jackson joins us in studio with more on this. Brian?
Well, you guys, that data shows that around 2/3 of the people booked by immigration agents during the first half of Operation Midway Blitz had no criminal record. The Department of Homeland Security had said that their goal was to target dangerous individuals. This data was first obtained by the Chicago Tribune. It shows of the nearly 1,900 people detained by ICE, more than 1,200 lacked any criminal record. 343 people did have a pending criminal charge, and 281 had a criminal conviction. Most of those offenses were misdemeanors, like traffic citations or nonviolent felonies. 28 people had been convicted of a violent felony or a sex crime. Meanwhile, the community of St. Charles is pushing back against ICE and immigration enforcement. This has been a concern going back to May, when restaurants saw agents arrest several workers. At Monday night's meeting, people demanded that the city council stand up and take action.
What happened to innocent until proven guilty? How are we allowing these people to be deported without, anything being checked and rechecked?
Are you really abiding by your vision statement? I say this so that you may reflect as to who your community is, and that it's important to include every section of it.
These residents hope that the city council will follow the lead of other suburbs and ban ICE agents from city property. Anthony?
All right, Brian, thank you very much. A National Guard member is fighting for his life after a shooting near the White House. Actually, some good news this morning. He is showing signs of improvement. 24-year-old Air Force Staff Sergeant Andrew Wolf, still in serious condition, but he has been able to wiggle his toes, and he gave a thumbs up, signifying that he can hear nurses speaking with him. 20-year-old Army Specialist Sarah Beckstrom, though, died from her injuries. And in the wake of the shooting that injured both of them, killed the one officer, Homeland Security Secretary Kristi Noem is now calling for a travel ban. She says she recommended a ban on several countries to President Donald Trump on Monday. Investigators say the suspect in that attack, I should say, is an Afghan national, came to the U.S. in 2021 through Operation Allies Welcome. Noem did not specify which countries would be included in her proposed ban, and President Trump has yet to comment on that proposal.
There is new leadership in the Cook County Circuit Court. Chief Judge Charles Beach II is officially in charge now. He replaces longtime former Chief Judge Tim Evans. The court system is facing fallout from a number of high-profile recent crimes committed by offenders released on electronic monitoring. A recent case reportedly involves a repeat offender accused of setting a woman on fire on a CTA train. Right now, the pretrial release program is being transferred from the Cook County Sheriff's Office to the judge's office.
Bears head coach Ben Johnson went shirtless after Friday's win against the Eagles, and that means more free hot dogs later today. The Wieners Circle issued that challenge. Ben Johnson delivered, and these hot dogs will be handed out starting at 11 this morning, about 3 hours from now. and free dogs will be handed out until supplies run out.
I feel like we're going to put them out of business. You know, they keep issuing these challenges for the Bears. Ben Johnson is talking about the shirtless moment seen in that video during a Zoom call with the media at Hallis Hall. He said he did it to feed the city. He also talked about the reaction from his family.
What are some reactions that you've heard from people to you doing the whole shirtless thing?
To be honest with you, I haven't heard anything from outside of the building. My wife was just laughing. That's about it. Yeah, I guess my 2-year-old was watching the TV screen back at home, and she's like, no shirt, no shirt. She just pointed at the screen, no shirt, no shirt. And my wife had no idea what was going on, so that's really about how that went. You know, I think anytime you get a chance to feed a city, you want to do it. So, man of the people.
There he is, man of the people.
Yeah.
Gabriella Primus, she's going to check out the lines there at Wiener Circle. Again, they start handing them out at 11, but we're assuming people are going to line up early this morning.
I think it's going to go a lot longer than the one in warm weather. Remember back, I think it was in October. It was a beautiful day, and everyone gathered. But today, that's going to be a cold one.
I feel like, by the way, the coach is going to have to start getting, going to the gym, maybe getting some spray tans because he's taking his shirt off. Can you imagine?
He's in good shape.
Yeah.
Ben Johnson, good shape.
Good.
Yeah.
All right. Let's talk about this forecast. Yes, it is very cold outside. We do have a little bit of blue sky, though, peeking. We also have some fog close to ground, so some freezing fog is possible, meaning slick spots are possible on the roadway. So take it slow this morning. Temperatures are ranging from our low spot there at Woodstock. It's 12 degrees, but it is 17 at O'Hare and at the lakefront, 15 as we get out to Morris, 17 at LaSalle, 19 in Kankakee. So brutally cold this morning, yes, single digits is what it feels like with the wind chill. Satellite radar shows quiet conditions. We do still have quite a bit of cloud cover out there, and as mentioned, some fog, especially west. Today, highs reaching the mid and upper 20s. Normally, 41 is our high, so we are well below where we should be. Tonight, dropping back down into the teens, and then tomorrow we have the chance for snow returning. So Wednesday, a little bit of light snow. Highs back to the mid 30s, so a mild day. But here's your future cast to show. During the day today, we will just be fighting with the cloud cover. Then the cold front moves through. That's bringing us that chance for a little bit of light snow. But the bigger story with this cold front is going to be the drop in temperatures because wind chills could be around 15 to 20 degrees below zero tomorrow night, as well as on Thursday night. 7-day forecast, sunny and beautiful, but cold. Thursday, high of 17. Back to 24 Friday, chance for snow Friday night, also Saturday night, with temperatures back to the upper 20s this weekend. Back to you.
All right, thank you very much, Caitlin. Plenty more to get to here on Good Day Chicago. The Salvation Army is going to be here in studio. They are talking about how Giving Tuesday is in effect and how they're helping people in your neighborhood. That's coming up.
And Block Club Chicago is here with some headlines you won't want to miss.
Box 32 also proudly supporting the food gathering effort here this holiday season. We are supporting iHeartMedia and Lurie Children's Radiothon for another year here. This is an opportunity to make a donation to Lurie Children's as well. Your support helps fund research, support families, and provide much needed care to children in our community. And you don't need to wait to donate at all. Just text Lurie to 34984 or click that QR code that's on your screen right now. Next Thursday, we are going to be live. This is the 11th of December, and we're going to check in with the Radiothon as they start their big fundraising effort, and the phones start ringing. We'll be right back after this.
Let's face
Time now is 8:14. U.S. envoys have arrived in Russia. They're going to meet with Russian President Vladimir Putin today to present an amended plan to end the war in Ukraine. The White House says it's optimistic about reaching a deal here, but Ukraine and Russia have both voiced their doubts. The meeting comes a day after Russia claimed to have captured a crucial area in Ukraine. Ukrainian forces say that the fight is ongoing.
The White House is defending itself against accusations that administration officials could have committed war crimes when it ordered a follow-up strike on an alleged drug boat in the Caribbean. The Washington Post reports that after 11 were killed in the September strike, a second one was sent to kill 2 survivors. The White House acknowledged the report, but says that Pete Hegseth, the Secretary of War, did not directly order that follow-up strike. Officials are now claiming it was a Navy admiral.
The second strike is really problematic. And the big thing to understand here is how are we understanding the use of force here? Is this a criminal activity or is it an act of war? But the reality is either one, you cannot target individuals who have survived this attack. You're targeting illegitimate targets, right? These individuals have done no crime in terms of specifically after they've been no longer a threat to society. So what we're saying here is that the administration is a little worried about this. And what we've seen today and yesterday is they're playing a bit of the blame game.
And Congress, meantime, says it will be investigating that second strike. It's 8:15. Time to send things over to Caitlin Cody for a check of this weather situation as we struggle to see some of those building tops there from that view.
That's right, but the sun is shining bright. We do have a little bit of fog to deal with this morning as well. Temperatures very cold. Starting to see a few more people out at the bean, but I gotta say, you're brave because it is chilly. So yes, let's break down our weather headlines first of all. It is going to be a quiet day outside of that fog that we have this morning. Partly to mostly cloudy skies are expected. Sub-zero wind chills coming. 15 to 20 degrees below zero is what it's going to feel like after a cold front moves through tomorrow, which is going to bring us the chance for a little bit of snow on your Wednesday. Satellite radar this morning showing generally quiet conditions after our snowfall yesterday and last night. Here's your future cast, taking you through the day today. Temperatures hovering in the mid to upper 20s as our high, feeling like we could be in the teens though. So the wind chill is going to keep us in the teens for Chicago. Then we move into tonight, and temperatures are going to be chilly, but the main story as we get into your Wednesday is going to be the snow, because temperatures tomorrow are actually going to be quite mild. Highs tomorrow reaching the mid-30s. Here's that chance for a little bit of snow, and then the temperatures really plummet. So I mentioned how that feel like temperature will be dropping well below zero. No surprise, because our actual temperature could be below zero for some in western areas Thursday morning. For us, I do expect the single digits at O'Hare. But it is going to be a cold Thursday, sunshine, but highs only in the teens. How much snow are we going to see tomorrow? Under an inch. It's not going to be a very impactful snow, but we're definitely going to feel the difference from this cold front. 3-day forecast going from 25 today to 34 tomorrow, down to 17 as our high on Thursday. More snow is possible Friday night, even Saturday night. I'll show you that on your full 7-day forecast ahead. Natalie.
Thank you, Caitlin. It is Tuesday, and that means our friends from Block Club Chicago are here with some stories you certainly won't want to miss. Francia Garcia Hernandez joins us now. Good morning. Thanks for coming in. Yeah.
Thank you for having me.
Sure thing. So we have been covering this story quite a bit, the capacity limits at the Chris Kindle Market. What is the latest on that right now?
Yes, I think there was a recent report that the city is now working with vendors and the organizers of the Christmas market to try to implement bigger capacity. This was an issue because capacity had been restricted, as you have reported, and it was down almost lower than half than pandemic times. So vendors, some of them who traveled from Germany, were saying, like, this is just not going to cut it for us. We're not going to make our revenue. It's not going to be worth it. We don't know if we're going to survive this winter's market.
And I mean, that's frightening because this market has been going strong. So many people look forward to it, Francia, in Chicago for the past 30 years. And now we're looking at a scenario where potentially some of those vendors may drop out. It could be a lot smaller, not here at all.
Right. The city has said it's working to increase capacity in a safely manner, potentially move locations, find a bigger space. The market is very popular, and it's drawn big lines and big crowds in the past few years. So that's one of the issues. But, you know, certainly all of the organizers and even other like businesses in the loop are calling for it to stay because it's such an important part of the city's holiday season.
And it really benefits those other businesses. People might hit up the market and then go to lunch or dinner or something, right? At a nearby business.
Absolutely. I think in 2023, it drew 1.5 million people just to the Loop for the market. So it's definitely going to be missed if something happens.
Sure. Okay, so we want to switch gears here. This is an interesting headline that you guys had. ICE takes a Kurdish asylum seeker into custody just a day before his wife becomes a U.S. citizen. Tell us a little bit about this couple.
Yes, Eva Gurtavoya, she had her citizenship ceremony last Wednesday, and she was very excited, looking forward to it. Was going to attend with her husband, Enes Abak, who is a Kurdish asylum seeker. He had a pending court hearing and a pending asylum case. And just the day before, when he was walking outside of his house on his way to work, he was taken by ICE agents. He had been transferred to multiple detention centers, and he was in a Texas detention center as of last Friday. So she attended her ceremony alone. She was very heartbroken. She was very disappointed. She was very confused because they were following the process. They had had a master hearing for his case and had an upcoming hearing in January. And for some reason, he was taken by immigration authorities.
Keep us posted on that. So sad around the holidays.
Yeah, it was.
For that family. We'll wrap up with this. 12 things to do outside this month in Chicago.
Yes, for those who are not scared of the cold or those who have a good parka, we rounded up 12 things that people can do in the outdoors this month. There's all kinds of things. Tomorrow, Urban Rivers is hosting like a mile walk. There is holiday light displays. You know, there are 5Ks, 10Ks, some for charity, some just for fun, some for, you know, between breweries. So there's a lot to do if people are going to brave the cold and step outside. So we invite everybody to check out all those details. We have costs, we have locations, we have dates on our website.
I love it. Block Club Chicago, thank you so much for coming in again and sharing those stories with us. We've got a lot coming up for you here on Chicago Now, right after Good Day wraps up. A new citywide initiative is celebrating small businesses. The 77 reasons to shop across all 77 neighborhoods. And it's time to treat your elf. Elf the musical coming to the auditorium. And actor Andrew Hendrick is going to give us a special preview. That'll be so fun. Plus, he's been featured on Comedy Central and Netflix. Lucas Zelnick joins us in studio to talk about his new movie. All that and more coming up at 10 a.m. on Chicago Now.
You know, it's
Welcome back after the rush of Black Friday and Cyber Monday yesterday. People all over the world today. It's a big day to give back. It is Giving Tuesday, everybody. And Major Caleb Sen with the Salvation Army Chicago is here to talk about turning gratitude into action. Major Sen, thank you for being here.
Great to be here.
Happy Giving Tuesday to you.
Same to you.
I love this tradition. You've been with the Salvation Army for long enough now. You've seen this thing unfold from the very beginning. This started in 2012, right?
2012 was the inception, and it's here just to help people give until it feels good.
Has it become as engraved as you want it to be relative to like the Black Fridays and the Cyber Mondays?
We have our work cut out for us, for sure. But we want to get out there every year and let people know Giving Tuesday is very much a thing. In fact, today for the Salvation Army, donations are doubled up to $400,000 because of our generous donors.
So there's a matching effect.
There is a match effect, absolutely.
All right. Tell us what the goal, from your point of view, Salvation Army Chicago, what is the goal here?
Just for this season, $12 million. Okay. You know, we see our red kettles on the street. We have, you'll have digital appeals, mail appeals, things like that, helping us raise $12 million, not just for this season, but 365 days a year.
365 days. And today, especially, your money, your donations go even further because of this matching, correct?
Absolutely. There's a matching grant up to $400,000. So if you give today, give till it feels good, it'll be doubled.
I love it. I love it. Okay, so run us through exactly what is done with cash donations in terms of what kinds of programs and services are funded.
We're all about basic necessities, first of all, so keeping a roof over your head, getting you your stomach filled. Our food pantry is there 365 days a year to get you food on the table. Also, after-school programs, keeping kids safe, especially at-risk youth who need to be off the streets and into our Salvation Army centers. So we're doing all of this year-round, especially with our summer camps in the summertime, giving youth a safe place to be throughout the summer as well.
Got it. Okay. Now, as we mentioned, it started about 13 years ago here. What importance has today taken on for Salvation Army? I know that, everyone's familiar with the red kettles that pop up around the city, street corners this time of year, but is this like the official kickoff of, hey, let's get into high gear?
Right. We say we go from drive to overdrive during this season. And it started off with one dinner. Those red kettles started with one kettle for one Christmas dinner. Now it funds us 365 days so we can do the most good throughout the year.
All right. So it's not just today on Giving Tuesday. Salvation Army helping Chicagoans, as you mentioned, 365 days a year. Can you describe some other things that the Salvation Army does? I've done live shots at some of these massive stores that really feel like department stores.
Yeah, absolutely.
They're big.
They're huge. What we really want to do, bottom line, is give hope. We want to restore hope in the lives of people who have lost their hope. So we don't want a parent to ever sit at their table and decide, do I put food on this table or do I pay the rent? Do I put food on this table or do I give my kid a coat? We want to restore hope, restore resources so that people have a hand up in life and that they can find sustainability as well.
Absolutely love what you guys do. In terms of how we should do this, obviously, fewer and fewer people are traveling around with coins and cash on their person. So what's your advice in terms of making the most impact and how to donate?
I love online shopping, so I say love online giving just as much. So salarmychicago.org will lead you right to our online giving platform. It's easy. We have QR codes on all of our red kettle sites, so you can just scan that QR code. There's also some tap to gives at our red kettle sites, so just tap on a 5, 10, 20 and it gives it right from your phone.
And in terms of, I think we have some stats on this, but for every dollar donated, in terms of how much of that actually works its way to the person who needs it, what is the stat there?
83 cents on every dollar, and that is locally used. So when you give in Chicagoland, that is used in Chicagoland to help your neighbors and friends who are coming into the Salvation Army this season.
All right, no question. Okay, thank you so much, Major Caleb Sen, Salvation Army Chicago. We hope you reach, again, it's 12 million?
12 million.
12 million, okay. When we make the call, our viewers always respond.
All right.
I know we're going to get there, so keep us posted.
Absolutely.
All right? All right, happy holidays to you.
Same
Thanks
to you.
for being here. All right, we have some other ideas if you want to participate in Giving Tuesday as well. 2 local companies are about to join us to talk about how to support them and in their efforts to support our community as well. Caitlin?
17 degrees outside right now. Yikes. If you are going to be outside today, make sure you bundle up. We have the chance for snow tomorrow, and then the actual temperature could dip below 0 for some. I'll tell you when, coming up.
This Giving
Welcome back to Good Day Chicago. It is 8:32 on your Tuesday morning, and that bean is a cold one today.
Only about 4 or 5 people out there. City of Chicago, meantime, trying to find a little common ground with the vendors at Christkindl Market after a number of organizers pushed back against new capacity limits.
Roseanne Tellez is live at Daly Plaza with the latest. Roseanne.
Well, the latest, the new magic number is 2,500. That's the capacity that they have set for the Christkindl Market after many agree the city may have scaled it back a little too much. With an eye toward safety, the city had capped the crowd to just 1,500, and that's half what it was during COVID, just to give you an idea. But it didn't take long for merchants to complain. Those crowds were drying up, and sales were down up to 70% in some cases. They blame it on the fact that customers couldn't even get to their goods. The city has now responded, and they added back 1,000 spots. Some Chicagoans, though, are still a little wary.
I look at the line, it was just so long from both ends, so I just don't have that time to go in there for my lunch.
So if you could walk right in, you would consider going?
Oh, yes, of course, yeah.
So in a statement, the city said the enormous success of the Christkindl Market has pushed the limits of the capacity thresholds for Daly Plaza. But they recognize that those restrictions that they started with were too big. They're promising to continue to work with organizers to increase capacity while keeping things safe for shoppers. And the people we've talked to this morning, everybody has a favorite memory, a favorite thing they like doing at the Christkindl Market, and they really want these vendors to be successful. They're hoping this is a good medium that will bring people in, but leave it, comfortable enough for people to enjoy it and keep everybody safe this holiday season. Back to you in the studio.
Thank you, Roseanne. 8:34 now. U.S. envoys will meet with Russian President Vladimir Putin today to present an amended plan to end the war in Ukraine.
The White House says it's optimistic about reaching a deal here, but Ukraine and Russia both voiced their doubts. The meeting comes a day after Russia claimed to have captured a crucial area in Ukraine. Ukrainian forces say, though, that fight is still ongoing.
Starting February 1st, TSA is adding a $45 fee for anyone flying without one of those real IDs or a passport. You'll have to buy the new Confirm ID at a security checkpoint. But don't think, oh, this is great because I don't have to get my real ID. No, that alternative identification will only be valid to use up to 10 days after it is purchased. Congress is investigating the Trump administration's strike on an alleged drug boat in the Caribbean. The Washington Post reports after 11 were killed in that September strike, there were 2 survivors clinging to the wreckage who were then killed in a second strike. The White House acknowledged the report, but says Secretary of Defense or Secretary of War Pete Hegseth did not directly order the follow-up strike. Newly released federal data this morning is providing insight on the people detained during Operation Midway Blitz.
Let's check in with Brian Jackson, who's here in studio with details here. Brian?
Well, that data shows around 2/3 of the people booked by immigration agents during the first half of Operation Midway Blitz had no criminal record. The Department of Homeland Security had said that their goal was to target dangerous individuals. This data was first obtained by the Chicago Tribune. It shows of the nearly 1,900 people detained by ICE, more than 1,200 lacked any criminal record. 343 people did have a pending criminal charge, and 281 had a criminal conviction. And most of those offenses were misdemeanors, like traffic citations or nonviolent felonies. 28 people had been convicted of a violent felony or a sex crime. Meanwhile, the community of St. Charles is pushing back against ICE and immigration enforcement. This has been a concern going back to May when restaurants saw agents arrest several workers. At Monday night's meeting, people pushed the city council to stand up and to take action.
What happened to innocent until proven guilty? How are we allowing these people to be deported without, anything being checked and rechecked?
Are you really abiding by your vision statement? I say this so that you may reflect as to who your community is, and that it's important to include every section of it.
These residents hope that the city council will follow the lead of other suburbs and ban ICE agents from city property. Back over to you guys.
8:37. Thank you so much, Brian. And boy, we were all bundled up coming into work today, Caitlin, because it was a cold one. And I can't believe it, but it's even going to get colder.
That's right. Feel like temperatures, wind chills this morning in the single digits for some. But after tomorrow's cold front, the feel like temperature could be dropping to about 15 to 20 degrees below zero, working our way into Thursday. Right now, though, we are sitting at 17 degrees. It's a quiet start. We have a little bit of fog still holding on west of Chicago. Light wind coming in around 5 to 10 miles per hour, and I do see some peaks of blue out there over our city. Although we are going to be fighting with those clouds throughout the day today, I don't expect additional snowfall until tomorrow. Right now, we're sitting in the teens in most spots. I do see a 20 at the lakefront, 21 in Gary, but it is only 15 in Aurora, 17 in Joliet, and 14 in DeKalb. These temperatures are going to stay cold today, with highs only reaching the mid-20s, feeling like we could be in the teens this afternoon. Again, we do expect dry skies, but a disturbance is on the way tomorrow, ending that short streak of dry weather. This cold front will be plowing through on Wednesday, bringing a little bit of light snow with less than an inch of accumulation expected. The main story from this cold front is going to be that cold air shifting in as we work our way into Wednesday night and Thursday. 7-day forecast shows a high of only 17 after a morning low of 7 on Thursday. So remember, I always say this on the 7-day forecast. Put this in the back of your head. Thursday, very cold. Then Friday, 24, chance for snow at night. Same thing Saturday night, a little bit of snow into Sunday morning. Temperatures this weekend hovering right around 30. That's going to carry us into Monday as well. Back to you.
Thank you, Caitlin. 8:39, and the World Cup draw is just 9 days away. At 9 a.m., we are getting you ready for the kickoff to all the action, plus who we are watching on the U.S. men's national team. Stay with us.
The gift-giving season is here, and what better way to give back than supporting local businesses that directly benefit our community? We have two in studio today, Misericordia Hearts and Flower Bakery, as well as Fueled by AF. Julie O'Sullivan is here from Misericordia, and Angelica Ford here from Fueled by AF. You guys, they are two of my favorite local businesses, and each of them employ individuals in our community with disabilities, and they make delicious treats. I want to start with Angelica. Angelica, I was able to gift Brian and Anita actually some of your nut butters last Christmas. Tell us about the products you offer.
So we have nut butters and protein bites. Everything's vegan and gluten-free. We support and employ individuals actually from Misericordia. This year we have our holiday gift sets, 3 nut butters, a recipe card, and a holiday card that is painted by Misericordia's art department. We've also added this year little gifts into every order, which is our squeezable nut butter packets.
Okay.
It's new for us, but every gift is handmade with love.
All right, so I'm going to circle back to the flavors in just a moment, but Julie, I was gifted a box of the treats from the Hearts and Flower Bakery, and I couldn't believe how good it was. They were like the best cookies and breads I had ever tasted. Tell us what Misericordia offers in addition to the bakery items.
Right, so Misericordia is a home for children and adults with developmental disabilities. We have about over 650 residents, but we employ employer residents, we have therapy programs, recreation, anything you can think of. We're trying to have the highest quality of life for our residents, the most independence, and that includes employment. So that's where we have the Hearts and Flower Bakery, we have our restaurant, we have our art department, we have our gift shop, you know, so we have a lot of things to offer for our residents.
And so you've got candles, hats, it looks like you've got like some ceramics, the people and candles that people can purchase for the holidays.
Correct, yeah. Holidays are our biggest season, obviously, I mean, but all year long you can order from our bakery, you can come to our gift shop. We, you know, our residents are working, you know, 365 days, so yeah.
I love it. Okay, so Angelica, tell me about some of the really off-the-wall flavors that people just love from Fueled by AF.
We should put Natalie approved on the peanut brittle butter.
It's my favorite. I had some this morning before I came into work. Yes.
We've newly added a Dubai chocolate butter. We have a tri-spice cookie butter, chocolate salted caramel pretzel. I'm biased. My favorite is the maple pecan crunch butter. It's only 2 ingredients, but it's absolutely delicious.
And how did you create these products?
I was training for an Ironman, and I needed something that was healthy and full of protein and low in sugar that I could squeeze into my bike pouch. And so I started making these, and one thing led to another, and I have my beautiful business today.
People can order all of the products online, and then they can be shipped directly to your recipient.
Correct. We are online, and we are #1 in our category on Amazon, so you can also order on Amazon.
And some of the products are also in airports, I read.
Yes, we are.
You guys are growing. All right, so with Misericordia, how can you get a hold of these products, and how soon before Christmas do you need, or any holiday that you celebrate, do you need to place that order?
Yeah, we'll probably stop shipping around December 20th. You know, we want to make sure that you're able to get everything in time. But if you go to our website, misericordia.com, you're going to see under the shop and dine, you're going to see our bakery. We have a bakery and cafe that's just down the block if you just want to come in and get a coffee and a great sandwich or great bakery items and just pick it up yourself. You can buy things there. We have a Sweetheart Shop in Glenview that employs our residents. So if you're out in the suburbs, that's a beautiful place to grab gifts and grab all of our bakery treats. And then, of course, our gift shop and our restaurant on campus. So you can come in. Some of these items are from our gift shop. This is designed by our resident, and then we have our Christmas cards there, so that's how we do that. And it's just such a wonderful opportunity to get to know Misericordia and get to know the residents and, you know, their abilities, not their disabilities, right? And so they are amazing, amazing people, and they love to work.
What is the most popular item in the bakery these days,
So,
Julie?
yeah, we have our brownie here. This is our signature heart brownie, dusted with our powdered sugar.
So good.
Heart is our logo, and it's amazing. Our soda bread, and all the breads are great.
Well, Julie, thank you so much. Angelica, thank you so much. Like, hugs all around. I love you guys. I love your organizations. Please shop local and help out our community this holiday season. Caitlin?
I smelled one of those candles. It was outstanding. The pine one, oh, you guys, good Christmas present. All right, let's talk about this forecast. It is very cold outside. But we also have been watching some fog development this morning, which could lead to some slick spots, freezing fog possible. And we still have those visibilities down below 1 mile for some. You can see we're at 1 mile in Joliet, 3/4 of a mile in Morris. Kankakee, you have some fog close to ground too. So watch out for slick spots. Temperatures, they are cold. We're still sitting in the teens in most areas. It is 17 degrees at O'Hare and Joliet, 15 in Aurora and Morris. 20 though at the lakefront. Temperatures reaching the mid-20s today as our high, but feeling like this, the teens. Our wind chill peaking at about 17 degrees this afternoon. Tonight, it is going to be a quiet night. Temperatures dropping down to about 21 with that wind coming in up to about 20 miles per hour. And then tomorrow, you are seeing right. We have the chance for some snow, light snow, under an inch of accumulation expected, but temperatures reaching 34 degrees, and then the bottom drops out and temperatures plummet down to 7 tomorrow night. That means the feel-like temperature Thursday morning at the bus stop could be around 15 to 20 degrees below zero. Thursday's high at 17, then back down to 5 Thursday night. Friday 24 with the chance for snow Friday night. This weekend hovering right around 30 with the chance for snow again Saturday night into Sunday. And then we're starting off next week with quiet conditions, but highs only around 30. So that stretch of wintry weather continues. And today you just got to bundle up. Back to you, Nat.
What have some reactions that you've heard from people to you doing the whole shirtless thing?
To be honest with you, I haven't heard anything from outside of the building. My wife was just laughing. That's about it. Yeah, I guess my 2-year-old was watching the TV screen back at home, and she's like, no shirt, no shirt. She just pointed at the screen, no shirt, no shirt. And my wife had no idea what was going on, so that's really about how that went. You know, I think anytime you get a chance to feed a city, you want to do it. So, man of the people.
Ah, we love him. By now, you've seen the video. Bears head coach Ben Johnson going shirtless after Friday's win against the Eagles. So that means more free hot dogs.
Feeding the city. Man of the people. That's right. Starting at 11 a.m., Wiener Circle, passing out those free dogs until they run out.
Gabriella Primus is live there right now, checking out the line. And Gabby, who has gathered so far?
You know what? There's 2 people online so far here at, 8:30 in the morning? I'm forgetting what time it is, almost 9 o'clock. And yeah, 11 o'clock is when they're going to give out the first dogs. Who knew someone taking off their shirt would cause so much excitement around the city, right? Hey, I have 2 very special guests with me. One is Ari, the owner of the Wiener Circle, who just popped over. And then also Itanella, who's with S. Rosens. First, Ari, we'll start with you. All right. What excitement. Another time around giving out free hot dogs. What's the plan for today?
Just to give away a whole bunch of hot dogs. I'd expect somewhere between 2,000 and 3,000, as many as we can hand out throughout the day into the evening until our staff's hands barely work anymore. So yeah, until we run out. But the good folks at Rosen's Buns over there and Vienna Beef have been great supporters, and just trying to tap into this amazing energy that the city has right now.
You know what? Yeah, even this cold, I know that people are going to show up, and you're going to give out as many hot dogs as you can. Let's talk about that October 22nd post, you know, giving people an opportunity to give input. Okay, what needs to happen in order for us to give hot dogs out? Tell us about that process, and then the reaction once it happened.
We gave some different options. One would be if a defensive player scored, or if an offensive tackle was to score a touchdown. But then the most fun was if Ben Johnson was to take his shirt off. There's an account on X, a guy by the name of Cream, who claims to be the janitor of Hallis Hall. We're not so sure. But he's definitely like a Goodwill Hunting, very sharp-witted guy who helped stimulate this whole thing. And we went for it. It's kind of like channels Bill Veck and the Stanford Band and all this just kind of irreverent, fun comedy, and trying to have fun with this great bear season.
Well, you know what? And we know that your employees inside, they like to have fun too. There's that fun banter. What was their reaction? Do they have a good time with this kind of stuff too?
Yeah, they do. And you know, although we try to get them not to, they may or may not have taken their shirts off sometimes themselves. But we won't talk more about that.
Okay, well, I have one more question for you after I talk to Itanella, too. You're with S. Rosens. Yes. Okay, you're about to unload all of the buns. Correct. How many are you planning? And then how fun is this partnership with the Wiener Circle, you know, to be able to offer this to all of Chicago?
Yeah, so there's 2,000 buns on the truck. That's our contribution to this amazing event, part 2. And so being a part of something like this, we have so much pride for our city, so much pride for our team. And this just really shows it, that we all come together in such a unique way. and we get to eat hot dogs. What else can you ask for?
Okay, I'm going to put both of you on the spot. What needs to happen next time for you guys to give out free hot dogs? Do you have anything in mind?
We're looking for creative ideas. If anyone has any, they can message us on X or Instagram. Probably something around winning the Super Bowl, but something even more fun, wacky, irreverent, and if anyone has ideas, send them to us.
Okay.
Maybe Rosens will have an idea.
Yeah. Ari, with the owner here, Winner Circle, what do you think?
The Super Bowl.
The Super Bowl. Okay. You know, Brian Jackson over on our station, he said, how about, let's go Bears. he said, how about a Packers sweep, right? That could be a possibility. I don't know. At least
That's
a few, a handful.
Something to consider.
Okay, guys, 11 o'clock is when the hot dogs start rolling out. A couple people in line. You can't beat them here. One's a Bear super fan. The other one's taking a little bit of shelter, I think, in the car. Maybe a few more people showed up during the interview. Maybe they're watching Fox 32. Okay, I'll send it back to you guys. I'll see you in the 9 o'clock hour.
I like that dedication. I really do. Gabby, thank you. Appreciate it. And we'll be following things from outside Wiener Circle all morning long.
We will.
I really like it.
It's so exciting. Our sports department's in on it, everything. It's the season of giving. Fox 32 Chicago and PNC Bank are teaming up with the Greater Chicago Food Depository to help feed local families in need. And now is the perfect time to donate because today is Giving Tuesday. Every dollar you give now will triple to provide 9 meals on this Giving Tuesday. You can help out by going online to chicagosfoodbank.org.
Welcome back. If you're procrastinating on getting that real ID, it could soon cost you. You could face a fine.
Starting February 1st, TSA is adding a $45 fee for anyone flying without one of those. You either have to have the real ID or the passports. If you don't have either of those, you got to pay the fine. You'll have to buy the new Confirm ID at a security checkpoint, so you got to go an extra step. The alternative identification, though, will only be valid to use up to 10 days after it's purchased.
SNAP recipients now have to work, volunteer, or participate in job training at least 80 hours per month in order to continue receiving their benefits. This change went into effect on Monday. It was passed by Congress earlier this year under the One Big Beautiful Bill.
The World Health Organization now recommends GLP-1 therapies to help treat obesity. The agency published the new guidelines on Monday. It says the drugs can be part of a long-term treatment strategy, combining medication with healthy diets and physical activity. The agency defines long-term use as 6 months or more.
All right, besides tidings of comfort and joy, heaps of stress may also be in the forecast this holiday season. So to help folks unwind and enjoy some silent nights, hopefully, psychology and social work experts say you need to keep your brain from focusing on what's not important.
So we can't control every stress during the holidays, but we can control how we're thinking about it and what we're focusing on. Maybe you want to have a great meal with your family. Having everybody there and having the food is the most important. Whether or not your house is completely spotless, or even if you made the food, probably matters a lot less.
All right, it's also important to look out for signs of burnout as well, which can come from lack of sleep and overeating.
More Good Day Chicago's next. Stay with us.
Welcome to Good Day Chicago in our 9 o'clock hour, everybody. My Monday, but I know it's Giving Tuesday. Here's a look at some of the stories that we're following this morning. Chicago is working to find a solution. A little compromise goes a long way for capacity concerns at the Chris Kendall Market after a lot of back and forth with organizers. Roseanne's going to join us with where things stand this morning.
Also, the countdown is on. The 2026 FIFA World Cup is inching closer and closer. But before the players take the field, there's that final draw. We've got a soccer legend joining us this morning to break it all down.
Oh, a legend in the house.
All right, let's talk about the weather forecast. Nobody's playing soccer out there today, Caitlin.
Oof, no, maybe in the basement or something, because it is too cold. We have beautiful blue sky above the cloud cover. This shot is so stunning. Okay, so here's the thing. Today is going to be generally quiet. We had a little bit of fog this morning, and There is still a touch of fog out there, but the fog is starting to clear out. Still could be slick out there on the roads, though, especially where you had the fog. So freezing fog potential this morning. Sub-zero wind chills. Here's the thing that's happening. A cold front is on the way. So today is going to be dry, but tomorrow we have the chance for some light snow, and then the temperatures bottom out in the single digits. And that's going to happen again, so Wednesday night and again Thursday night. So with that being said, bundle up this morning and keep that winter gear handy through the rest of the week. Right now, we're sitting at 17 degrees at O'Hare, 13 at Woodstock, 15 in DeKalb and Aurora. Northwest Indiana, temperatures are in the low to mid-20s. Satellite radar showing generally quiet conditions this morning. I mentioned some fog still holding on in a few spots, but let's take a look at the futurecast because we are going to have a quiet afternoon. Temperatures pushing to the mid and upper 20s, feeling like we could be in the teens. And then tonight, it's going to be cold again as temperatures dropping down into the teens for a short time before 6 a.m. tomorrow, and we're actually in the mid-20s with highs tomorrow back to the 30s. Tomorrow's going to be a mild day. The low 30s expected, but a cold front, as mentioned, is moving through, bringing the chance for some light snow, and then the temperatures drop. So by Wednesday evening, you're going to start to feel the chill, and then we head on into Thursday morning. This is 5:30, and actual temperatures in western areas, northern locations could be below zero. Actual temperature, single digits expected for us in Chicago, so dangerously cold temperatures on the way for your Thursday. We'll take a look at your full 7-day forecast, including more rounds of snow possible ahead.
Well, today a hearing will be held on the potential release of hundreds of people who were detained during Operation Midway Blitz.
Yeah, a federal appeals judge temporarily blocked their release on a bond a few weeks ago while legal challenges continue. A lower court judge previously ruled those migrants should get out because federal agents made those arrests without warrants or sufficient probable cause. Advocates say DHS is not allowing or following the law, while DHS says that it is complying with all lawful court orders. We'll let you know what happens from here. And there's been a lot of pushback from organizers about the capacity limits at the Chris Kendall Market. It's kind of it's a good problem to have, right? I mean, you have so many people who want to go out there, but you got to keep everybody safe too. So the city of Chicago now working to try to find a fix.
But the question is, will everybody be satisfied with the solution? Roseanne joins us live from Daley Plaza with the details. Roseanne?
That's right. Well, some were concerned that the city had basically chased everybody away with these lines that were set up to try to make it a little more comfortable inside the Chris Kendall Market. Today might be a genius day to go. It's kind of cold, but you could go right to get a cup of glug or some hot cocoa. The new limits today after the compromise, 2,500 people. 2,500 people can go into that Chris Kendall Market at a time. You know, with an eye towards safety, the city had capped the crowds to 1,500. That's half what they were during COVID, to give you some perspective. But it didn't take long for merchants to complain that the crowds were actually drying up and sales were down up to 70%. They blamed it on the fact customers couldn't even get to the goods. The city has now responded, adding 1,000 spots back. And one Chicagoan who's been visiting the Chris Kendall Market for years reacted to the changes.
Business is down by like half. So again, these are good, hardworking people that want to come here and celebrate the holidays, especially for Chicago. So for them not to come and leave with half the profits that they would normally get, they kind of may question like if they would want to come back or maybe take business elsewhere. So but we would like to keep it here because it's been here for 30, 40 years. I've been many years, so it's easy to get in and out and get what you need. So it's not a problem.
Well, in a statement, the city says that the enormous success of Chris Kendall has pushed the limits of the capacity thresholds for Daley Plaza, but they recognize that the restrictions set into place earlier this season were a little too much. They say they're going to continue to compromise with the vendors. And you heard, people we were stopping on the street who've just been visiting the Chris Kendall Market through the years all agree that they are willing to deal with, some crowds in order for the people to do well there, in order for the vendors to have a successful season as well. Back to you now in the studio.
Well, for the first time ever, the final draw for the 2026 FIFA World Cup will be broadcast live right here on Fox 32. Legendary U.S. men's soccer player and Fox soccer analyst Alexi Lalas is joining us this morning to break it all down. Thanks for being here.
Thanks for having me. I know it's cold over there, but look, it's going to be hot next summer during the World Cup, and it's going to be hot this Friday over in D.C. when we have the World Cup draw, and a lot of stuff is going to come into focus.
Yes, it sure will. Now, Lexi, this is the biggest World Cup in history. You're talking 48 teams, 104 matches. In your opinion, what is the single biggest storyline that fans should be watching during Friday's final draw?
Well, the draw is like I said, where who's playing who comes into focus and those pathways to the World Cup final. So, for example, we're going to find out where Christian Pulisic and this U.S. team, who they are going to play in their group stage. We're going to find out where Leo Messi, who is defending with Argentina his World Cup trophy, in his new backyard in his neighborhood here in the United States, playing in Major League Soccer. We're going to find out where Cristiano Ronaldo in Portugal. The list goes on and on and on. But this draw is not just about the bowls and picking the balls and the teams out of those bowls. It's a big spectacle. There's pomp and circumstances, glitz and glamour. There's going to be celebrities. There's going to be legends. There's going to be musical numbers. There'll be comedy. There'll be politics. I guarantee you, for 3.5 hours, we're going to have your attention because it's going to be entertainment starting 11:30 Eastern time on Fox from D.C. at the Kennedy Center.
Definitely going to be entertaining for sure. Now, as someone who's played on this stage, how do you expect for Team USA players to handle the pressure of playing this group stage matches here on U.S. soil?
Yeah, so there's nothing better than a World Cup except a home World Cup, and it is a combination of responsibility and opportunity. And I am talking to you today because of the 1994 World Cup. I lived the power of what it can do to an individual. It changed my life forever, but more importantly, it changed the way that we look at soccer, as did the 1999 Women's World Cup. And this has the capacity next summer to do the exact same thing for our country. But don't let anybody tell you that we are not a soccer-playing nation, that we are not a soccer culture. Don't let anybody tell you that Chicago isn't a soccer city. It is a huge and historic soccer city. It is going to have a celebration and a party around the World Cup, as cities all across our country are. Oh, and not for nothing, on the 250th birthday of what I feel is the greatest country in the world. So there's a lot of stuff that's going to come together next summer for this World Cup.
Yeah, Chicago is definitely a soccer city. Chicago Fire building their own stadium. Maybe it'll host a World Cup in the future. I want to ask you, with Team USA, how far do you think we can go?
I think we can win it. I mean, you don't go to the World Cup unless you're looking to win it. Now, there are only 8 teams in history that have ever won it, and we are not at that elite level, so everything would have to go well. But a World Cup, there's a lot of magic, and a home World Cup, there's even more magic. It's a kind of Brigadoon-ish type of thing, and if you can harness that, which I think this team can do, and kind of step up in the moment, which individually and collectively I think this team can do, and you get a country behind you and united behind you and excited and celebrating your country through the lens of the World Cup and through this sport, anything can happen. So I am bullish about this team for next summer, specifically because it's happening in the United States.
Here in the U.S., from a viewer perspective, what do you think will change compared to what viewers experienced in 2022 that'll be new in 2026?
Well, from an American perspective, it's in your backyard. The times, you don't have to get up in the middle of the night, so there's no time change type of thing. And I think you are going to see and feel the power of a World Cup on a continual basis for that month and a half next summer. And so I think it's an opportunity in a way to kind of celebrate this country through something. And we've seen this time and time again, where our country, and we know we're at times divided on a lot of different things, but through sports and through the representation of sports teams representing our country, oftentimes we come together. And that's what I'm hoping happening next summer. I hope that phenomenon that happens and has happened back in 1994 when the Men's World Cup was here, and 1999 when the Women's World Cup is here, the same type of phenomenon happens and people get behind this team, and in doing so, get behind the country.
And hopefully we can get out the group stage as well. Lexi,
oh, yeah. Don't you worry. Don't you worry.
All right, time is now 9:10 this morning. We'll be right back with much more here on Good Day Chicago.
Welcome back to Good Day Chicago. It is 9:12. We've got snow and we got some wet streets out there at the corner of Lake and Michigan, right outside the studio. New research says people are willing to make dietary changes to help out with their diabetes. That's good, but they don't always understand which type of diet is best. So now researchers say a plant-based diet is better for diabetes than a low-carb diet. Dr. Mike with the Fox Medical team joins us. Dr. Mike, how's it going?
I'm doing great, Natalie. How are you?
I am hanging in there. I've got about 2.5 months left to go before I give birth. So, you know, every day is a challenge. But back to the diabetes conversation. So this is interesting finding because people, I think, oftentimes think low carb is the better way to go, but plant-based is for diabetes.
All of the studies suggest, Natalie, that plant-based, low-fat, plant-based with healthy carbohydrates outperforms a elimination of carbs and high protein kind of diet. The bottom line is that the reason for this is that if you go more plant-based, you're going to have better parameters when it comes to insulin resistance and your overall metabolism of blood sugars. So you want to go as best as you can. Now, I'm not suggesting, Natalie, especially you, because you are with child, you don't want to do, you want to be careful and make sure you follow your OB-GYN's recommendations. But the bottom line is, if you eliminate concentrated sweets and unhealthy carbs, go with healthy carbs and go more plant-based, like fruits, veggies, lean meats, poultry, turkey, things like that, fish. And if you really work on healthy carbs, not things that are in a box that have a shelf life of 1.5 years, you don't want those. So that's basically what this study has shown. And I'm not asking people to go vegan. How about meatless Monday?
Okay.
One day.
There you go.
Without red meat. One day. Try it.
Okay, I like that. All right, so let's move on to this other kind of startling finding. Researchers say that smoking as few as just 2 cigarettes a day can significantly increase a person's risk of heart disease.
When it comes to smoking, let me talk to you. Forget about it, all right? You don't want to have anything where you're sucking it into your lungs. I don't like vaping. I don't like smoking. And this study reaffirms that even if you cut back, you know, Dr. Mike, I used to smoke 2 packs of cigarettes a day. Now I'm down to 5. Well, that's not good because this study showed even if you're down to 2 cigarettes a day, it can increase your risk of death by over 60%.
My goodness.
Heart attack and stroke by 50%. It's just not the way to go. Natalie, you want to see your kids get married and you're going to be at the wedding and then maybe the grandkids. You don't want to be carrying around an oxygen tank because you have emphysema from smoking. So you don't want to do that. If you're out there listening, forget it. Don't do it. And don't start.
Dr.
That's
Mike.
the best thing. Don't
Yes,
start
Dr.
smoking.
Mike, thank you so very much for your time. Happy holidays, sir.
You take care. God bless you. And I wish you all the best with your expanding family.
Thank you so much, Dr. Mike. All right, let's send it over to Anita.
He's got you thinking about grandchildren already. You got to have the
I don't know that I'll make it that long, right?
All right. A special celebration is happening on the south side of Chicago this weekend. My block, my hood, my city, hosting their annual Be a Part of the Light. It always promises to be a good time. So here to talk about us, the founder of My Block, My Hood, My City. We always love to have Jamal Cole in the house. Thanks for being back.
Thank you for having me.
I had to grab you on Zoom the other day, so it's nice to have you in person today.
Always good to be here. It's a beautiful studio. Thank you for having me.
Thank you. And a beautiful day out there. We hope that you have, at least warm hearts. Let's say that this weekend.
Yeah, it's a lot of negative going on in the world right now. We got SNAP benefits being taken away. We got Operation Midway Blitz ice stations jumping out and hurting people, snowstorms, but we need some positivity.
Absolutely.
Chicago is like the Christmas ornament of the nation, I feel like. And so this weekend, we're bringing that holiday cheer to the south side of Chicago. We're decorating 500 homes along Dr. King Drive for free, and we need volunteers to come out and help us.
Okay, now what do they need to do if they want to be a part of it?
Well, right now we need donations because a lot of these kids need toys, they need Christmas trees, they need books. We need to get some donations so we can, decorate more homes. And we also need people to go to our website and you can go to the Amazon wish list and buy these toys for the youth. Those are the two things we need right now is donations, Amazon wish list, and show up on December 6th to volunteer.
Show up, show up. Yeah. So I hear there's going to be a 30-foot tree, maybe a visit from the big guy.
We're hoping so. Like the point though really is like you go down King Drive right now, you see police car lights, you see helicopter lights. We want to interrupt that trauma and hang holiday lights. And so we hope the mayor can come. We hope the people can come because you guys really are the light. You guys are the light. Come out. So
yeah, the people in the city are the light here. Yeah. So it's not just a celebration. It's really a mental reset.
Yeah, it's a way to interrupt trauma that exists out there. A lot of these kids, again, they haven't seen a Christmas tree their whole life. Their parents working 2-3 jobs. They can't afford toys. Yeah. I never got a present my whole life, but the holidays aren't about what you're getting. It's about what you're giving. Yeah. So we want you to come out and give to the kids, the youth on King Drive. December 6th, 12 p.m. in Chatham on 85th and King Drive. You can come out and volunteer. Okay, that's where everyone needs to go. And, of course, the donations matter. So if you can't get out there personally, make sure you at least send a donation. This has such an impact. All the things that you do have such an impact on the city. And I saw that you and a few good gentlemen are joining together for another great cause. So why don't you talk about that, too? Yeah, so right now, it's called the Ripple Effect Tour. And we're going to be starting at Harold Washington Theater on February 21st. It's myself, Xavier Ramey, Dion Dawson, Jamal Cannon, and Christian Perry. We're trying to get other people to create ripples of hope in their community. And if you create a ripple, she creates a ripple, we create a wave of change. But it's 5 social impact leaders coming together. Harold Washington Theater, February 21st. Get your tickets at jcenterprises.com. Yeah, and what are you really hoping that will come from this tour? I'm really hoping that we can go across the nation and get people to know that you don't always have to run for office. You don't have to be a president. You can start with something simple on your block. If you just because it's simple don't mean it's easy, but it really should be easy. And so we want to inspire people to create change. Put them flowers in your community. Put that positive note on that bulletproof glass window. Say hello to your neighbor. Whatever you got to do to inspire hope, do it. And so all of us are taking the stage starting February 21st at the Harold Washington Cultural Center. And we've all started nonprofits in Chicago, and we're excited about encouraging you to make your ripple of hope as well. I can't tell you how much I love it. The fact that you all are joining forces to do this and to really teach other people how to be the change that they wish to see is really important. Thank you. Yeah, we, God's got a battery in our back, and these guys are great. To start a social impact organization is so hard. When you smile, you make the devil mad. So imagine starting a nonprofit in Chicago. So I'm just really happy to be working with these guys to arouse the enthusiasm in the city. Yeah. All right. One more time for this weekend. Where do people need to be? What do they need to do? Go to our Instagram, My Block, My Hood, My City, and come volunteer December 6th, 12 p.m. on 85th and King Drive. It's called an MLK Light Celebration. We're decorating 500 homes on King Drive for free, where come get a box and meet some neighbors, meet some volunteers, grab some hot chocolates, hear some carols, and let's shine some light on the south side of Chicago. I love it. Love it. Love it. All right. Wonderful having you here as always. Thank you for what you do for the city year-round. Hey, thank you. Appreciate it. All right. 9:20 right now, everybody. Okay. Still ahead, a new citywide initiative celebrating small businesses. They give us 77 reasons to shop small across all 77 neighborhoods. Jamal was making his way across all the neighborhoods. All right, it's time to treat your elf as well. Elf the Musical is coming to the auditorium. Actor Andrew Hendrick is going to give us a special preview. All that more coming up at 10 a.m. on Chicago Now. But also Fox 32 is proud to support iHeartMedia and Lurie Children's Radiothon for another year. It is your opportunity to make a donation to Lurie Children's Hospital. Your support helps fund research, support families, and provide much-needed care to children in our community. You don't need to wait until the day to donate. Just text Lurie to 34984. Again, that's 34984. Or scan the QR code on your screen. That's super simple. And then join us live next Thursday, December 11th, when we check in with the Radiothon as their phones start ringing. We'll be right back.
9:23. It is beautiful, but cold this morning. Look at this. Okay, there's a few more people out there. Earlier, about an hour ago, nobody at the bean. I don't blame you. Temperatures are in the teens and 20s right now. We are sitting at 20 degrees at the lakefront. It is 15 in Aurora as well as DeKalb and Woodstock. So today, temperatures are going to be chilly. Later on today, we're going to feel like we could be in the teens when highs are only going to be in the mid-20s. But right now, again, you're stepping out to the teens, feeling like the single digits, especially in our western counties. Wind chill currently 4 in Aurora, 5 in Morris, 8 in Joliet. This is what I'm talking about. 9 is what it feels like at O'Hare. Visibility is improving. We've been watching for some freezing fog potential this morning, and right now we still have a little bit of fog, especially in Kankakee. I see under a quarter mile there. Morris, 1 1/4 mile. Temperatures are going to be in the mid-20s this afternoon. As I mentioned, feeling like we could be in the teens, but our normal high is 41, so we are well below where we should be for this time of year. And tonight we're dropping back down to the teens, feeling like the single digits. Tomorrow's high, 34. It's going to be a mild day, but a cold front is going to bring the chance for a little bit of light snow in the area. 7-day forecast, temperatures only reaching 17 as our high on Thursday. Thursday is the cold day of the week. 7 Wednesday night and Thursday night down to 5. That's when we could have wind chills around 15 to 20 degrees below zero to start off the day on Thursday and to start your Friday. Friday's high around 24. And then we have the chance for a little bit of snow Friday night as well as Saturday night. Temperatures this weekend right around 30 degrees. And then we start off next week around 32. Now let's take a look at a couple pictures that we did get. Ooh, look at this one. Is that a pool? I'm kind of hard to see. That must be a pool right there. That's the location. Yeah. Brian said, I think it's a picture of a sandwich.
No. No, I'm saying like what place is named Sandwich? Where is that? I've never heard of it.
Sandwich. Yeah, I know. That's where Julie lives, obviously. Oh, nice. Julie, look at, okay, so I see some houses in the background. So I'm guessing this is her backyard. It's just kind of hard to see. I think that's a pool. Either way, I bet in the summertime, this looks beautiful.
For sure.
Yeah. Thanks for uploading your photo, Julie. And then this one, a furry little friend from Michael out of Mount Prospect. Look at him. I worry about these little dudes in the snow. How do they do? I mean, I guess that's just nature. Sweet thing. Thank you for uploading your photo, Michael. I hope you gave him some food.
Oh, we got a video.
Oh, this is from Glenn. Okay, so this is another squirrel friend. Oh, he looks fine. He's looking for the acorn that he buried. How cool is that?
All the snow on the tail.
Look, that's why they bury these things when it's still warm outside. Oh, he's doing just fine. Sweet thing. Okay, you guys, listen. Those of you at home, if you take a video like this, we have to see it. We have to see it. Upload it to our Fox 32 weather app. Look at him go. Oh my goodness, he's looking for another one. He's just digging in there. Oh, sweet thing.
Not bothered by the cold at all.
No, it's like they got 3 extra layers of fur. All right, Brian, back to you.
All right, well, he is an iconic actor and director, and this weekend he is hosting a pop-up film festival right here in his hometown of Chicago. The great Robert Townsend. Thanks so much for joining us this morning.
Thank you so much for having me on the show.
I really appreciate you. Now, I remember as a kid going to see Meteor Man at the Dollar Show in Park Forest. And of course,
the Dollar Show.
The Dollar Show. What is it about your films that you feel like have maybe stood the test of time?
You know, I set an intention to create something that I hope people will love and want to see again and again, and I just put my whole heart and soul into my projects.
And this film festival that you're bringing here to Chicago, why do you think it's so important for the local Chicago community?
Well, because of what we're going on right now, you know, in the country, you know, I just wanted to do my part. My childhood friend, Mr. Carl Brinson, is the president of the NAACP West Side. I'm from the West Side. And I wanted to do something to help. And so I put together this 2-day festival. And we've got movies. I'm showing the 5 Heartbeats. I'm showing Spook Who Sat by the Door. I'm doing a master class at Columbia College. I got to give a shout out to President Bolton. And so we're just trying to raise money for the NAACP as well as the Answer Foundation. It's a foundation founded by a good friend of mine, Deborah Vines, and it's about, you know, for autism and activacy. So I'm just excited about the evening.
And you mentioned this master class. Why do you think it's so important to reach back and teach this next generation of upcoming directors?
Well, when people look at my films and my television shows, they say, well, Robert, your movies are different. And I do have a technique. And so in my master class from 9 until 10:30 on December 10th, I just break down my process. And I want, there's a whole generation of filmmakers sitting on the sideline, and I want to give them hope and inspiration. And that's what the class is about.
And also, during this weekend, you've got a comedy show with Lil Rel. How did that come about?
He called me. I mean, God bless him. He's a Chicago boy. He reached out. He saw I was doing something for, the community, for the West Side. And when they say the West Side, is the best side, I really want to say it should be now the West Side is trying to bless sides.
Oh, I love that.
Because that's what it's about, really everybody coming together. And he reached out to me, and I said, let's do it. The show is sold out, but we do have a game night that I want to invite people to. We have a game night on December 6th at Columbia College, and if you play bid whist, if you play spades, if you play dominoes, if you play Scrabble, please come out and support the event.
Hopefully some people got some practice this past weekend.
Yes, because I played really good. And Jackie Taylor is my bid whist partner from the Black Ensemble Theater.
Love that as well. Now, you've also said that pouring back into these vulnerable communities here in Chicago, why do you feel like that's so important to your legacy?
Well, because I come from the West Side. I was one of those little kids that was on welfare. My father wasn't there. My mother raised 4 kids on her own. And so I think this generation needs inspiration. Like Brother Jamal, who just spoke. I mean, my heart goes to him because he's doing something. And sometimes people sit on the sidelines and they don't take action. So when I watched the news and I saw grandmothers with signs and little kids, I was like, I got to do something. I love Chicago, so I got to come back. And so that's how this all came together.
And obviously, you've made it. You're here. What would be your advice to upcoming young directors here in Chicago who may be participating this weekend?
The thing that I would say is that if you want to touch the brass ring, it's yours. Anything and everything is possible. I'm an example. I didn't go to film school. I taught myself how to do it, but now I'm also a tenured professor at the #1 film school, USC. So I love what I do. This Friday, I got to say, I directed an episode of Force, and it airs this Friday. And then I'll be back in Chicago because I've been working on The Bear. So I'm a reoccurring character on The Bear. And then Lena's just asked me to direct an episode of The Chi.
Wow.
So I'll be back here January, February, March.
What does that mean to you to be able to direct these shows here in the city that you grew up in?
It is so, I got to tell you, we were shooting an episode of Force, and we were right by my cousin's church, and I was like, Reverend Brooks, he was right over there, but we were filming. So it just feels good because it's where I grew up. So every time we're scouting locations, it's a neighborhood and something that I identify with.
Oh, Mr. Robert Thompson, thanks so much for your time and for inspiring everybody here in Chicago.
Thank you so much for having me. Thank you, thank you.
All right, time is now 9:31. This is a beautiful shot. We'll be right back here on Good Day Chicago with much more.
9:34. It's a happy day across Chicago because free hot dogs are in the very near future for a lot of Bears fans this morning.
Yeah, we're still celebrating the victory, right? Head coach Ben Johnson showed some skin, and now the Wiener Circle is dishing out the free dogs.
Gabriella Primus has the latest for us this morning.
Here on North Clark, ready for that 11 o'clock handoff of the free hot dogs. You know, in true Wiener Circle fashion, we're just standing here on the sidewalk, and here comes the owner of the Wiener Circle, plus a rep with S. Rosens, to talk about, okay, what to expect for later on today. What excitement, another time around giving out free hot dogs. What's the plan for today?
Just to give away a whole bunch of hot dogs. I'd expect somewhere between 2,000 and 3,000, as many as we can hand out throughout the day into the evening until our staff's hands barely work anymore. So yeah, until we run out. But the good folks at Rosen's Buns over there and Vienna Beef have been great supporters, and just trying to tap into this amazing energy that the city has right now.
You know what? Yeah, even this cold, I know that people are going to show up, and you're going to give out as many hot dogs as you can. Let's talk about that October 22nd post, you know, giving people an opportunity to give input. Okay, what needs to happen in order for us to give hot dogs out? Tell us about that process, and then the reaction once it happened.
We gave some different options. One would be if a defensive player scored, or if an offensive tackle was to score a touchdown. But then the most fun was if Ben Johnson was to take his shirt off. There's an account on X, a guy by the name of Cream, who claims to be the janitor of Hallis Hall. We're not so sure. But he's definitely like a Goodwill Hunting, very sharp-witted guy who helped stimulate this whole thing. And we went for it. It's kind of like channels Bill Veck and the Stanford Band and all this just kind of irreverent, fun comedy, and trying to have fun with this great bear season.
Well, you know what? And we know that your employees inside, they like to have fun too. There's that fun banter. What was their reaction? Do they have a good time with this kind of stuff too?
Yeah, they do. And you know, although we try to get them not to, they may or may not have taken their shirts off sometimes themselves. But we won't talk more about that.
Okay, well, I have one more question for you after I talk to Itanella, too. You're with S. Rosens. Yes. Okay, you're about to unload all of the buns. Right. How many are you planning? And then how fun is this partnership with the Wiener Circle, you know, to be able to offer this to all of Chicago?
Yeah, so there's 2,000 buns on the truck. That's our contribution to this amazing event, part 2. And so being a part of something like this, we have so much pride for our city, so much pride for our team. And this just really shows it that we all come together in such a unique way. And we get to eat hot dogs. What else can you ask for?
And a few people still braving the cold, getting ready for that 11 o'clock start well before the hot dogs are handed out. We're going to keep an eye on things out here. I know that we have some more Fox 32 folks who are going to give us a live look later on today. I'll send it back to you.
All right, thank you, Gabby. Let's toss it over to Mike to see what he's cooking up. Hey, Mike.
Oh, boy, that's tough to top, but I think I might be able to do it. I am in Volo, and when I think Volo, probably the Auto Museum comes to mind. There's a new hot spot. Volo quality meats, including the Injuda Della. Serving it up big time here in Volo. Wait till you meet the owner and the mayor of Volo. Coming right up.
I'm on vacation.
All right. We're here at Volo Quality Meats, interestingly enough, in the town of Volo. And in a moment, you're going to meet Agostino. He is the owner of this fine establishment. But right now, let's talk to Steve Henley. He is the mayor of Volo. You even have the right hat on, Steve.
Always.
Always.
But anyway, Volo is a great town. It was a very small town to start out in 1993, but we have now the Volo Museum and Attractions, about 450,000 visitors a year. And now we have Volo Quality Meats. They kind of complement each other, and they kind of feed off of each other. No pun intended.
Yes, that was intended.
Oh,
okay. It was intended.
Okay.
Well, let's talk here to Agostino. Agostino, come here, buddy. You came to this country from, I'm guessing, Italy.
Yeah, Italy, Calabria, regional Calabria, a little village called Coccorino, yes.
How many years ago?
A lifetime.
A lifetime ago.
54 years.
54. All right, you were 2. And
No,
when you
16.
when you came here, you started out what, like as a dishwasher?
Yeah,
in a restaurant?
in a restaurant.
Okay,
yeah,
and then you ended up owning restaurants?
Yeah, it's in 85. We opened a little restaurant with my wife, and I had my son, 2 years old, and that's how we start. And then we go on for years. I created a pretty big restaurant in Chicago. And people know Agostino, Restaurant Agostino Gostofino. And then I started the idea to make some salami in the basement.
Salami in the basement?
Oh, the basement, yeah. A product that was created in my village over 250 years ago, and somebody was making an imitation, and I felt...
it wasn't good enough?
Oh, no, it was not even close good enough. And, just when I was a kid, my dad was a butcher. I grew up, I live with that. It was in my blood. It still is.
Well, the name of the brand is Tempesta, which I like because it has to do with the weather, right?
Actually, we used to be Andura artists under the name of product, but my son, he thought to change the name because we produce a lot of product, and it was honor for Chicago. The Windy City, we changed from Windy City to a Tempest. You're a weatherman. You should know all things about that.
Exactly. All right. And you guys are selling, close to 1 million pounds of meat all over the country in Whole Food stores. How many Whole Food stores?
I think 525.
Okay. And this is a huge business here, Mayor. He's got, they're making meat 24/7.
That is right. And you know what? I like it.
And he likes it. What is this that we're showing right there, Agostino?
That's a creation. My son, he developed. It's a fusion of mortadella and andouja. It's called andouradella.
Okay.
And the flavor, the product is going to hit the market. It's going to be. Its trademark is going to be all nationwide and things. So,
what are the people who come here? Because this is also a restaurant. You can eat. I mean, they got pizzas, they got pasta. What do the people think of this?
I would call semi-like restaurant. It's like a daily, upgrade daily, where people sit down, we bring food out, we serve on a plate with pork, not just typical daily. It's a little bit of upgrading type of daily sandwich.
What are your hours here?
We close on Monday. We open 10 o'clock until 6 o'clock until Friday, and Saturday and Sunday 10 to 5.
What does this mean for you and your family? Your wife is working here. Your son is part of the team. We're seeing Ben back there. He's not part of the family, but he's kind of part of the family. But this is familia is important here, isn't it?
Very, very important. We grew up in the food business. I've been in the food business for 54 years, and I can just do nothing. This is, for me, it's life. And see customer, talk to customer. And especially in this new location, great people, and we have the backing of our mayor, which is a fantastic guy to let us do.
Did you hear that, Mayor? He called you a fantastic guy.
He better.
You don't want to lose Mayor Henley as one of your best customers, do you, Agostino?
But the people in this area are very welcome to us, and we're going to feel part of the community over here. And we are.
Now look, you're not 39 years old anymore. Any plans to retire, Agostino?
Physically, but not mentally.
Not mentally. Very good. Well, Mayor Henley, we appreciate you here. Agostino, keep up the great work. Volo Quality Meats. I've sampled a bunch of things. It is all fantastic. Look at these sandwiches over here. Oh, my gosh. That's enough to maybe take back for some of my coworkers. We'll be back with more of Good Day right after this.
Hi, I'm Tom.
(9:48), everyone. You know, Mike Kaplan loves to do these segments, but somehow he said Merry Christmas to me. It's bitterly cold outside, everybody. People are craving a little bit of summer, maybe a little something to keep you warm inside. So our next guest is here to show how the restaurant is doing just that with a festive twist. Juan Carlos, or JC,
yes,
because he has two Juan Carlos, at Cabo Mexican Cochina in Northbrook is joining me now. Thanks so much for being here.
Thank you for having me here.
Absolutely. Cheers to you. Cheers to the restaurant. Cheers to the holidays.
Yeah, cheers.
And they are approaching, and people are looking for something a little different, a little fun. My grandmother always used to have fresh tamales the day before a holiday. So tell us a little bit about what you've brought to make things more festive and more fun and more delicious, starting with this.
We start with a cranberry Christmas Rita. So we had 2 ounces homemade cranberry tequila infused.
Homemade?
Yeah, we sous vide the tequila. And we have 1 ounce cherry liquor, 1 ounce lime juice. So good. And then we shake it.
Shake it up, shake it up, shake it up.
Then we stir.
You make it look so beautiful, and it comes out so nice so quickly here. That's just one of the many things that you all have, though.
Yes.
Let's talk a little bit about the food as you finish that one up.
So we have a pork chop. It's a duro pork chop. It's 14 ounces. So comes with rice, grilled onions, and beans. We have a skurse, 12 ounces skurse, rice, beans, and some peppers. We have Spanish octopus. We make potatoes, a special salsa, make at the house. So salsa brava and avocado.
It looks amazing, and it's so colorful.
Yeah, we have homemade corn tortillas, and we have sea bass. This is really good. It's the best selling in the store. So, and we had a chicken adobo al carbon. We have chimichurri on top, rice and beans.
Oh, looks awesome. Now, what's this one?
That one is the snowflake coconut. So,
snowflake.
Snowflake.
Okay.
That one had 2 ounces of tequila blanco, 1 ounce of cherry.
I don't know who's going to drink all of this.
Sour cherry liquor.
It's going to be a long day for somebody.
1 ounce of lime juice. We shake it. And this one, we use a double strength.
Now, what makes it the snowflake?
The snowflake make it because we put coconut snow foam. So when you mix it at the sour liquid flavor, and we had a sweetness, and when you sip it, the magic happens. So you taste both flavors.
Okay, all right, all right. Any tips for people who are hosting holiday parties this year? Like how you make these up so quickly. What is a tip for somebody trying to do something?
Make it with love is the first thing, and then enjoy what you're doing, and really enjoy to make it other person happy when they enjoy that you drink.
Absolutely. Okay, does Cabo cater for the holidays?
Yes, we do. We do a full menu catering, so we can help you guys if you need something for home and holidays. We can help you.
Okay.
We are happy to help you.
And then you all also have some to go.
We have also cans to go. So this is a new project in Cabo, so we seal it.
He's got a little machine down here. He's still here.
And then
all right.
we seal it. So you can grab and go your drink anywhere. If you cannot dine in, you can call or put your order online and grab your drink.
Just make sure you keep it closed till you get home. All right,
Yes.
everyone. Wonderful having you here. Make sure you go see JC at Cabo in Northbrook. Thanks so much for joining us, and we'll be back after this.
Your chance to
It just looks cold out there. Here's a live look at the Hancock, right? Wow, that's all you can see out there. And earlier this morning, we had what Mike called freezing fog, where the down close to the ground, the fog was freezing. Really bad, yep.
Hold out there. Well, let's send it up to Studio 32 in Chicago. Now is hot and getting ready to start at 10 o'clock. Hey, guys.
That's right. That's right. Hey, you three. I love that view of the Hancock antennae.
Yeah.
It's cool. Is that from the top of the Sears?
I think so.
Because that's like a higher vantage point. That's really cool.
Yeah.
Hey, the day is here. The day is here. This shirtless Ben Johnson video, I hope everyone has taken it in.
Yeah.
A few dozen or 100 times.
How many have you?
I'm sure I'm in the 60s at this point. Yes,
60s.
yes, exactly. Because we keep airing it.
Yeah.
Hey, but it's all coming to a head. In about an hour, Wiener Circle, because of that move, they're going to start.
Chicago.
And we've got a crew on the ground. Tina Wynn is going to be, did you hear her? She's joining us on Chicago Now.
I love that.
Yeah.
Tina's
yeah.
so
She's going to be out there right in front of Wiener Circle. And we were talking about elves.
Yeah, that's right. So, you know, if Elf on the Shelf visits your home, your kiddos may be interested in Elf the Musical, which starts showing today in Chicago. So we're going to tell you what makes Elf the Musical different than Elf on the Shelf the movie, and how you can get tickets because it's a short production.
I was just thinking about Elf the Will Ferrell. So there's a lot of Elf talk we're going to get into during this hour. Also, we got to check in with our friends at TMZ. They're going to be unveiling their top 10 entertainment stories from 2025. That's going to be fun. Okay, we'll be back with Chicago Now after this.
No matter where you're looking outside this morning, definitely need to bundle up because it is cold, cold, Chicago.
But enjoy the day, everyone. That's it for us here on Good Day Chicago. We appreciate you being here with us. Stay right here because Chicago Now starts in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Hey, guys. Hey, happy Tuesday. It's really cold.
Winter really did just like
smacked us, right?
Right. I mean, on cue. Yeah. Meteorological winter.
Yeah.
I mean, it was just, but it was so, like, we don't want to beat ahead to it, but it was lovely over the weekend. And we were talking about Elf on the Shelf. Our elf was so tired after his journey from the North Pole, he didn't even make it downstairs. He was on our top floor sleeping in a bed when he arriveth. On Monday morning is when he made his first appearance. Elfie, what's your? Does yours have a name?
I think probably Sparkle or something. If I had to guess. I can't really remember. But our elf this morning broke the TV. Broke the TV with a hammer. Just hanging from the TV with a hammer. Which, by the way, you guys, this sweatshirt, I wasn't even planning on wearing this. But it is, tis the season.
Judgment.
It's so cold. This is like a blanket. This is a blanket sweatshirt.
Do we have a thermostat in here?
I don't know, but I think I've got like dog hair on me and...
Brad, do we have a thermostat in here?
Maybe a...
It says cold.
It says cold. I gotta focus, okay? So this is the way we're gonna get.
It's hard not to focus in this temperature, but keep us on our toes.
If Anthony's cold, you know.
Yesterday I had the heavy sweater on, and I kind of regret not wearing that again today.
Yeah.
Got a big show.
You know.
Got a big segment with Michael Babcock.
Michael, poor Michael. But no, not poor Michael. I wonder.
He's in LA.
Exactly right. Michael Babcock, are you with us already? He's not here yet. I'm curious to know what the weather is like there. You know. We were talking about how the weather over the weekend was nice to enjoy the snow. This morning, not so nice.
No.
If you're at your destination, which I'm hoping you are, or maybe you're at home. Maybe you're at home watching us. That would be even better. It was a bit of a treacherous travel morning.
Look at the city right now. It looks like from Frozen or something.
Right.
The whole skyline looks frozen. There's those low-hanging clouds.
Yeah, we had some freezing fog, some slick spots.
Thursday's going to be worse, right?
Yeah, temperature-wise, but sky-wise, I mean, and plus because we had the snow yesterday and those salt trucks really worked hard, it was very soggy. So the wetness on the ground, the mixture of the salt, the melted snow, getting whipped up on windshields, make sure if you are leaving the house